Hi, I'm Jake. I am the Dungeon Master for Adventures in Ovavarden, looking after these miscreants.
Hi, I'm Jim, and I play Algan, not Organ, Algan, the Barbarian. Goliath Barbarian.
Hiya, I'm Justine, and I play a halfling druid. And my name in-game is Lana.
Hi, I'm James, and I play Astus Steelshaper, the Forge Cleric Dwarf.
My name's Brandon, and I play the swashbuckler rogue barbarian, fuck, captain of a ship, I hope.
My name is Fro. Hi, I am Fro.
Do it.
Oh,
Hello, my name is Fro.
oh God.
And I am clearly the chieftain by the name of Corey.
Okay, so welcome back. So the last session, you made your way out of Velestad, and you started making your way towards the Great River. On the way, you noticed that the winter had set in fully, and that the ground was completely snow covered. You didn't see any farmers out, you didn't see any peasantry out, and you didn't see any traders along the route. You did see a procession of the Righteous Brand, the cultists that you'd met previously, who were anti-magic, and they were carrying some nasty banners of a flayed man and a skeleton. But working your way along, after a couple of nights on the road, you made your way to a small little settlement called Timor Plains. And you entered Timor Plains and realised that a lot of the buildings were damaged and burnt, and it looked to be very similar to the attack in Briar Green. After talking to the peasantry a little bit and asking you around, and with your helpful cleric healing a few of them, you found out that it was in fact the person you were hunting, Bardock Bloodfist. He has travelled through here not 5 days ago, and basically did what he's done to countless other settlements before, trashed it, but this time he hasn't actually kidnapped. It looks like he doesn't need to because he's on the way to do something else. But you were offered one of the buildings of the deceased to stay in for the night, and you stayed there for the evening. Woke up the next day, packed all your stuff together, made sure your horses were fed, I hope, and then you headed on down towards the Great River. After about half a day's travel, maybe a little bit more, you saw there's a very small campsite, kind of a cluster of structures on the edge of the Great River. You went down there and you met the captain of the ferry that is pulled by a massive chain that goes across the Great River. It's about a mile across the Great River. You all paid for passage. You all jumped on. And halfway across the river, you saw the wreckage of a boat slowly flowing down the river. And upon closer inspection, you saw that there was your now companion, Efok, lying on the deck, looking wounded, missing a hand. And after some decent rolls, actually some very, very good rolls, you managed to get Lana over there and get him and Lana back onto the barge. After hold person and interrogating him a little bit, you managed to find out that he was the captain of a ship. There was a bit of a mutiny, stuff went wrong, there was a fight on the boat, made it run aground, and it was starting to sink, and he was the only survivor that you saw, at the very least. But he decided to join you because he didn't really have many other options. And not long after this, you hit the shore on the other side. The other side of the river, there was yet another small settlement. That's the mirror to the other side. It's just got a little bar. Decided to have a bit of fisticuffs with your new friend, just to see if he could back a punch. He decided to stop the fight early, much to Algan's rage annoyance. But he seems like he can handle himself at the very least. Some disgruntled people were out of pocket and then back in pocket again, so they were a bit confused and they were looking for a bit of entertainment. But you headed out and decided to travel overnight. It got to the early hours of the morning when you got to a fork in the road, one heading north and the other heading straight on west. And we're going to pick up right there. It's roughly 2 o'clock in the morning. Clear skies, but very cold. You are in a swampland. So ahead of you, currently, I think Kuri is currently driving the cart, and I think everyone else might be asleep. So, Kuri, you've just hit a split in the road. You've been told which way Bardock has, well, at least should have gone, which is the way he was planned to go.
Which was the left fork, I believe.
No, it was north. So he was going to take the north fork and go the short way round the ruined city.
Right. Okay.
So you can make the decision yourself, or you can wake everyone else up. It's entirely up to you.
I mean, I assume since I see the fork coming in the road, I'm going to probably nudge the closest person I can.
That'll be Lana, who's asleep on your lap.
I'll give her a quick nudge and basically be like, yeah, which way should we go? There is
rubbing my eyes.
There is a fork in the road, and we need a decision. So, which way?
Did nobody told us which way?
I remember that we were told which way Bardock was meant to go, but it's a little bit fuzzy. Which way do you think we should go? I mean, they both avoid the city completely. But should we try and follow the same path they've taken and try and catch them off guard, or take the other route and create an ambush? But we are possibly behind a few days.
I think we should take the same route and try and catch up.
Right. With that, I'll start steering the cart towards the same route then.
Same route that Bardock is supposed to have taken.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I have written down both routes, and each route has something different on it. So, yeah, man.
Teamwork.
Yeah. Okay, so heading north, you find yourself in deep, deep swampland, to a point where parts of the road actually start getting to a point where you can't see it, whether it be snowfall or water. You can just about pick out where you're going, but Lana, have you gone back to sleep?
I'm kind of snoozing.
Okay. All right then. Kuri, can you make a survival check for me, please?
With pleasure. However, that is not as good as I was hoping for. That's a 9.
Okay. So, working your way along, it's very dark. You've only got your kind of the torches that are lit, that are kind of hooked onto the sides of this travelling cart, and you're struggling to see. Luckily, the horses are kind of trying to veer away from either parts of the swamp that have encroached the road or large puddles and stuff like that. But you're struggling to see the road quite badly, and to a point where it slows you down. You're actually slowing down to a crawling speed to try and find out which way you're going. It's very, very hard going. You travel for 3 hours doing this. And once again, it gets to a point where it knocks a couple of them awake because of the rough terrain. It's not shaking the cart apart by any means, but you do hear Augen kind of going, oh, what the fuck? Oh, and he starts talking in his sleep. But can you make a perception check for me? If you're driving, it will be with disadvantage.
That's fine. Okay. Hold on, just make sure I get perception right. That's gonna be a 13. I've rolled a 14 and 11.
Okay, so you notice anything? You're trundling along quite slowly at the back, behind the horses. The horses start to get a bit skittish, and you can see them looking over to the side, and the hot air is kind of blowing out their nose. You do notice that the smaller of the two horses seems to be fatiguing quite bad. There are blankets over the back of them, but they look like they're tired decently. So what do you want to do? Do you want to carry on? Push through?
Since I know there's not really anywhere to camp in the swamplands, I'm going to try and get them to keep going forward a bit more.
Okay, can you make an animal handling check, please?
Ah, shit. Okay. Oh, that's actually pretty good. That's a 19.
Okay, so you kind of lean forward and you touch the rump of this of the struggling horse, and you kind of tap it and you kind of reassure it a little bit, and you do the same to the other one, and they both kind of perk up a little bit, knowing that they've got some moral support behind them, if you want to say that. But you start making your way forward, and after another hour or so, you're getting to nearly sunrise now. The road does start to level out a little bit, and going gets a little bit easier. But at this point, you're getting very tired. You've been away all of yesterday and all of today. So unless you want to wake someone else to then take over, you need to roll a Constitution saving throw for me.
Time for a roll. Okay. Hold on, just want to check one thing. Yeah, no, it does affect it. Awesome. That's gonna be a 12.
12. Mark down 1 point of exhaustion. You're feeling pretty exhausted now. You're struggling to keep your eyes open. You're kind of your arms feel quite heavy holding the reins.
That's disadvantage on all ability checks, correct?
It is.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and push forward until we get to the flat, so I can actually give the horses a rest.
Okay. So are you looking for somewhere to properly camp out for the night, or somewhere just to have a bit of respite?
At the moment, I'll just a rest.
Okay, so I'd say you travel for another 20 minutes or so, and you start seeing the orange of the sun coming up over the in between the gaps in the tree. Canopy's quite thick, but it's not like horrendously thick. It's you can see the sky is relatively unaided. But looking round, you do see a clearing. It looks like it might have been an old campsite, and it's just off to the right of the main road. And it looks like it hasn't been used for a while. There's no fresh footprints, but you kind of pull over there, and at that, I'll probably say the rest of you start waking up as Kuri kind of struggles off the cart and hits the floor, and you see him, and he's hunched over, looking extremely tired. Oh, my phone died, Jim. Sorry.
It's okay. I can move because there's still the. There you go. That's fine. I've just moved Brandon across because there's still the same amount of windows on there.
Okay, that's all right then. All right. Yeah, as I said, I mean it was on. Okay, so yeah, you all start to stir and wake up, and especially you, Lana, you wake up first, having like Kuri's got to kind of like move you off him to get up, and you see him, and even though he's knackered, he's still out the horses first, and he does kind of approach the horses, but you lot can take over from now. You're
Kuri,
all stirring in the back of the.
Really tired?
It's all good. Do not worry about it.
Why didn't you wake me up to take the second shift?
It is not worth it for the moment. Just please, let me help the horses. Give them something to eat at least. Give them a rest.
Go and rest. I'll store the horses.
Not until I know that things are all right.
They will be fine. Go and rest.
I'll kind of head towards the back of the cart, kind of reluctantly, but.
Okay. So walking to the back of the cart, you see the three figures of your new companion, Augen and Asta. So kind of looks like they're spooning a little bit. And let's just say it's to keep each other warm. But yeah, the three of them are kind of still asleep. Asta's, because he's a dwarf, he snores louder than everyone, but he's like, and you're pretty sure you see like a moth fly out of his mouth, and then as he takes the in-breath, the moth flies back into his mouth. But yeah, Augen and Efok, you do kind of stir awake a little bit as Kuri's kind of entering the back of the wagon.
I would like to tend to the horses to make sure that they can rest and look around if I can find something for them to eat.
Right, make a. I'd say you wouldn't have to make a check for looking at the horses. You can tell they're just tired. They don't seem to be injured. They just seem to be. I mean, they've been travelling most of yesterday and all of last night, so they are just tired. But can you make a survival or investigation check for the gathering side of things?
That is 21.
Swear to God. Okay, so searching around, you do see there's a couple of fallen logs that look like they've been used as seats before. And searching around, you do see a lump snow, and you head over to it and you brush the snow off. There's a sack of old grains, and you think a human couldn't eat them, or a halfling couldn't eat them, but you reckon a horse could. So you kind of pick it over, and it's quite heavy and it's relatively wet because it'd been snowed on. But you drag it over to the horses and you pull it out, and it doesn't look fresh by all means. It looks like it's been dried, stored, but because of the current weather, it looks like it's kind of been frozen to a certain extent. But you think you fed horses worse than this. This'll do for them, and they quite graciously stick their head in the bag and start chomping down. And you have to kind of push the larger horse out of the way to give the smaller horse some. But they seem like they're well sated and they're happy to be fed. So, yep.
Okay. After that, I will go and see how the rest of them are doing.
Okay, you lot, you got to start talking. This is D&D, not Jakey story time.
Well, I would like, as soon as I get to the back of the cart to see the two people kind of sleeping, I'm going to sort of slap Astus on the leg to sort of look like, listen, bastard, that is now my sport. Get up.
Oh, have you never heard the saying, never wake a dwarf?
Not until now, so get up.
I don't think it's a saying, to be honest. And he kind of gets up and you see him stretch a little bit and he kind of cracks a couple of his neck joints and he's kind of jumps down and he's like, oh, right.
If you want to see something a bit worrying, try waking up a Goliath. It's going to be fun.
I'll try that.
Go for it. Go for it right now. Get it working out. Do it.
He heads over to what looks like an old lung-cold campfire, and you see him kind of gathering a couple of twigs and starts throwing them on, and he starts a small fire.
After he gets up, I'd like to give Organ kind of a hand up. If he's still trying to get back to sleep, I'll slap him on the knee.
That's up to Organ.
So I was trying to pick up the...
That is up to Organ.
What? You just tapping me on the knee?
If you're not getting up, I'll basically slap you on the knee.
Okay. A slap on the knee I don't think would wake up.
I'm going to fucking punch you then in the stomach. How's that sound?
I will say you have had like probably 9, nearly 10 hours sleep now. So you would be naturally waking up.
Can I lightly tap him in the nuts?
And certainly try.
Okay.
Roll the d20, add your
Oh my god, the back.
strength.
Question. Would this be with advantage because technically Algan is prone?
Would be advantage. Well, actually, no, because he's prone as well.
Oh, okay, so the
Oh,
cancellation
okay.
out.
So it's in total 6.
Oh, God, Joe. You punch him in the leg, and you're like, how did I miss? How did I miss?
It's early. It's early.
And
It's
that one
early.
eye, he's just going to go and pop open and stare at him with a very unimpressed look on his face, on my face.
You have woken the beast.
Can I do a performance check for a good old-fashioned dick slap in the face?
I mean...
And then my second action to dodge and hide?
It would be an attack roll to do that. Be with an improvised weapon, so it wouldn't be with proficiency. So it would, once again, your choice, strength or dexterity, because I'd say your penis is versatile.
Dexterity.
Is he going to try and smack me with his penis?
Yes.
Yep.
Right, how long
You
will
do
it
see
take?
it coming, so you can react to it.
I was
You
going
can
to say,
use
how long
reaction.
will it take for him to get it out, manoeuvre himself up to my head, and then try to do
Oh
it?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You could quite easily do something in retaliation.
Yeah, I'm
14.
gonna pick him up and throw him off the side of the cart.
Okay, so as a 14 would miss anyway, you kind of get up and you kind of start fumbling with your breech and you stand up and you start kind of falling forward and you're like, oh shit, and you fall into his hands and he just uses your momentum to just go yeet, and you just kind of barrel roll off the side of the open top cart and you just land on your back in the snow with your little todger out and you're like, oh shit.
It retracts right in.
Like a scared turtle.
I love the fact that you got one arm as well to undo your zipper.
That is true. You're still mastering the finesse of undoing your buttons with one hand.
I don't know what he was trying to do, but it's not. I'm not into that kind of thing.
I'm glad you did try something as silly as that, because now it's time for you to get up and get food. That's my spot. Move.
Okay.
That's got Goliath sweat on it. I wouldn't if I were you.
To be honest, I've been up all night. I'll take what I can get.
Yeah, looking at Kuri, he does look like he's got dark rings under his eyes. He's moving slightly slower than he normally does. He looks pretty rough, to be fair. He's been up for near enough 24 hours. So, okay, so
Good night.
One camera pointing at a window.
at this, Astus has started a small fire, and it looks like he's got some cooking equipment out, and he goes, "Oh, good, you bastard! So you can either go and hunt something, some rabbits, or I can just use those shitty rations. It's up to you."
What time of day is it? Like exactly how far up as the sun came? Is it up yet, or is it just?
It's just cresting over the horizon from what you can see.
So it's like that time of day when there's just that tiny little glint of bright on the horizon.
Probably a little bit more than that. You've got there's an orange hue across the tops of the trees, and you do see it's relatively misty around here. With the sun's just hit the kind of the snow in a swamp, and I mean the swamp itself is quite misty anyway. You know that you've travelled through it before, but with the added moisture in the air, there is quite a lot of mist that's just kind of hovering around. So you're looking at it's probably about 6, maybe 7, between 6 and 7 in the morning, and it's once again still cold. Clear skies though, so the sun is warming you up slightly.
Is it snow on the ground or frost?
A bit of both. Where you've got the pools of water which are dotted round everywhere, there's a layer of ice. But as you're kind of walking across this small campsite, you do hear the crunch as if this snow is old. It's snow that's uncompacted, so it's not fresh, but it has started to ice over.
Yeah.
So it's more frosty than it is like a fresh snowfall.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna start looking for tracks.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna say, well, to be honest, if the only thing around here is rabbits, I'm pretty useless because I've only got my javelins. If we could find a deer, I can get one of them for us.
I mean, I don't really know much about hunting or animals, but I don't know. Have you ever seen a deer around in the swamps? I don't think I've ever been to a swamp before. Other than just outside Cromer, there was a bit of a swampy land, but yeah, that was a bit different to here.
Well, where I come from, it's a bit of everything, but we live in the mountains, and then we've got the areas around the mountains. Not much like this, though. It's mainly forests and grassland.
Okay, can you make a survival check for tracking for me, please, buddy?
Yeah. $14.
14. Okay. There's nothing in the centre of the campsite at all. It's all other than the track garner and the horses and whatnot. It's relatively untouched. But looking further into the tree line, you do start seeing several different footprints. You do see one that you don't recognise. It looks to be of something with webbed feet, but you've never really encountered anything of sorts. That's just what it looks like. It looks like it could be amphibious of some sort.
Okay.
You do. That'll do.
I'd like to go along with Algan.
Okay, so as you're looking for the tracks, you do see that Efuk has kind of tagged along behind you, and he's kind of like not encroaching on what you're doing. He's more so just following 5 feet behind and just kind of watching what you're doing. But you do see very small paw prints. They look to be maybe of a fox or maybe some kind of weasel or ferret or something like that. But you do see it's 2 separate tracks that seem to be weaving, and you know that these kind of creatures, they tend to pair up. They're not dangerous in any sense of the word, but it looks like something's been here recently, whether it be an hour ago or 4 hours ago. You're not entirely sure with that roll.
I'm going to turn around to Efok and say, "Are you any good with a bow?" And then realise he's only got one arm.
Were you good with a bow?
Do you have a bow on you?
No.
Would you be able to see ghost orbs since you're a ghost?
I don't have a bow on me.
I'm going right.
Well, from the tracks that we've got round here, it only seems to be small animals, and it's not really worth the effort of trying to get one with a javelin. So I think we should just stick with the rations today.
Are there any trees nearby?
There's trees everywhere. You're in a swampland.
I'd like to climb a high yet sturdy tree, just to get a lay of the land.
Okay, can you make a athletics check with disadvantage because you have one hand?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get you a hook made.
Yeah. That meat pounder's not going to do anything.
Nat 20 plus 5 athletics.
Disadvantage.
Okay, with disadvantage. So you roll a second time and use the lowest number.
Yep.
Sorry to kill your height there, but
Yeah, and that 20 hype as well.
13 plus 5.
right, bloody hell, still pretty good.
Still good.
So you find a tree that looks like, you kind of look down at you kind of meat grinder and you're like, this is going to be interesting. And you manage to kind of wedge your elbow on top of a branch, and you do pull yourself up, and you manage to get to the top of the tree in about 5 minutes. But the trees are very kind of they're moss covered, and they droop down quite considerably. They're not they're not like any kind of alpine wood or any like Christmas tree style trees. They are very kind of dank and hanging low and looking sorry for themselves.
Like a willow.
Yeah, like a willow. Yeah. So you do climb up, but I mean, you get up there and looking round, the majority you see is a gap in the trees where the road continues on. And you see the rest of the kind of canopy of trees. Looking around, you do see a few birds flitting round, but they look like they could be swallows or maybe hummingbirds. They don't look very appetizing. Well, they look appetizing, but they're not much of a meal. So,
all right. Well, I'm going to shout down to Algan now and say, "Don't see anything up here, mate." And then catch me.
Oh, for God's sake. Okay. Algan, are you going to try to catch him?
Exactly how high up is he, and exactly how deep is the snow?
The snow's ankle deep, but he's about 15 foot up.
Yeah, I'm going to try and catch him. Fox.
Okay. Make an acrobatics check, and Algan, can you make a athletics?
Athletics.
I got 8.
Would this be a check or a saving throw?
It would be an athletics check.
Oh, fuck.
No. It's a fuck.
Wrong noun.
6.
Go on.
6.
Fuck, you kind of shout, and you don't wait for him to reply. You just jump. So as you jump, Algan's like, "Oh, I'll catch you," and he runs left. and you land next to him, and you've jumped one way, he's ran the other, and at that kind of Algan turns and trips himself and skids through the snow a little bit, and Gon's like, oh, what the fuck? And yeah, you completely missed each other by a long shot. I mean, even at 10, you'd had a better chance. But yeah, so unfortunately, you do
Take
miss.
a little damage.
It was because of the soft impact. I wouldn't say you would have. I would have said that you landed and you just kind of like sprawled out a little bit. It probably sprained a wrist, but I wouldn't put any damage.
Which wrist?
Well, yeah. Your only
Sprained the
remaining
wrist that's left in the water somewhere, left in the river.
Technically, you can still have your other wrist, just not the hand.
No, he has no wrist. It was cut off about there.
Okay.
At that point, I'm going to look at Algan and lift up my meat masher and be like, I sprained my wrist. Oh.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so you two are about feet away from the camp now. Could you both make a perception check for me?
Fuck. God.
Perception. That's a
6.
16 for me.
Okay. Efok, you're kind of laughing at yourself because of the joke you made, and Algan chuckles a little bit. But Algan, you do see about 30 feet away from you, there's a lump in the snow, and you're sure for half a second you see it shift and you see some snow trickle down the side of it. It looks to be quite long, maybe 15 feet long. There's a large mound in the middle and then 2 smaller mounds either side that kind of taper out. But you do see something. It's about 30 feet away. It's quite a distance away.
And it's sort of something under the snow, did you say?
Yep. Yeah. It looks like something fell asleep or it's there that's been covered by snow.
You ever watch
Okay,
Sharknado?
so I'm going to get a bit closer and make a bit of a...
How close are you willing to get?
Can I get up?
I'm going to get... How far
Yeah,
away
I'd say you'd have got up by now, and you see him kind of walking off, and you're expecting him to laugh at your joke.
how far would you say I am from it now?
It's about 30 feet from you.
Okay, I'm going to get within about 15 feet of it and just see if I can figure it out.
Okay. Are you trying to be sneaky? Or you just kind of...
Yeah, I'm in hunting mode, so I'm kind of going to...
Okay. Roll a stealth for me then, please, bud.
Natural 20.
Okay. You edge closer and you do see what now looks like a spined tail flick snow off it. You're within about 15 feet of it, and this thing is huge. It's roughly about 15 foot long, but with tail and what seems to be head, it looks to be closer to maybe 18 foot long. It's not small by any means, and it looks to be the shape of some kind of crocodile.
Okay, I'm going to start very carefully taking a few steps backwards.
Okay.
And then I'm going to quietly say to Efok, yeah, I think we should probably go and get the rest. There's,
If you can
there's something over there under the snow, and yeah, it doesn't look friendly.
Okay.
I've never come across anything with spines that was friendly.
I can go get the halfling.
I think this will take all of us, to be honest. We might even need to wake up Corey.
Oh, I don't want to do that. But it's better than dealing with whatever that lizard fuck is. I can dash over.
Brother E-fuck, lizard fuck.
I'd like to stealthily dash towards the cart if I could.
Okay, I mean you're a decent kind of distance away from it where you wouldn't need to roll, but you do kind of stealthily make your way. And you see Astus is kind of turns around and expectantly going, you've been gone like 5 minutes. You haven't caught anything yet, have you? You have caught something.
Nah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
We need some help. Majorly.
Algan all right? I mean, he's pretty big. He can handle himself.
Why do you need our help?
Let's just say if he's not helped soon, he's going to be something else's lunch. Let's go.
Oh, for fuck's
Or-
sake.
And you see Astus kind of like creak up to his full like 3 foot height, and kind of pick up his hammer and swings it a little bit, gets his shield and goes, "Something needs a smashing." Okay, and he starts trudging, not stealthily whatsoever, through the snow towards where Algan is.
Do we need Curie or can he sleep?
He might be more of a detriment to us if he's too tired to defend himself. What do you think?
Just wake him, tell him that we're all going, and then let him sleep.
Okay,
At least we told him where we're going.
I'll I'll go up very gingerly and closely to him, and I'll whisper in his ear and be like, "Cora, we gotta go beat the shit out of somebody. Do you want to come? Do you want to sleep in a little longer?"
Do you want to see if I can hear it?
Roll a perception check, just a straight perception.
Well, that was naturally a 17 plus the 2, that's 19.
Okay, you kind of start awake, even though he's literally whispering at you. You kind of go, "Oh, what the fuck?" And you see your new half-orc friend leaning over you, uncomfortably close, whispering at you.
What's going on?
Algan's in trouble. You want to come beat the shit out of a lizard?
And with that, I'm going to get up and I'm instantly just going to bring grab the mace and smash against my leg. I'm going to ignite my crimson right off the bat.
Nice.
Okay.
And I'm going to be taking 4 points of damage.
Happy days, happy days.
You're all right there, buddy.
It's fine. Beating Fort protects me. Now let's
Very
go.
good. Let's go.
So you got a rough idea. This tends to be like almost like icy fire.
Yeah, so his weapon ignites that. It's a blue flame, and you can kind of feel a certain amount of heat from it, but it looks like it's a flame that's been completely frozen. It's kind of like slowly shifting as it's lit. But if you're all on roll 20, you can see what the crack is.
Okay. I'm going to ready my masher, if that's all right.
Sneak attack from a masher.
Okay, so what do you want to do?
As I get to the area, I'm gonna still just look at Algan and be like, "What is going on?"
Well, take a look over there. See if you see what I can see. If you can see what I can see.
Make a perception check for me, please.
I just realised I should have rolled my first perception at disadvantage. Fuck.
It's all right. It's done now. It's all right. Just remember for this time.
Yeah, I'm going to re-roll it. I might want to swap dice because I think I'm either rolling fucked or things are rigged. Because that was 3 17s in a row, technically.
Nice. Okay, so you look through and you do see that the thing he's pointing at now is shaking a little bit more snow off. It seems to be sleeping, but you see an enormous crocodile lying just off the side of a pool. Half of its body still enclosed in snow. It looks to be either sleeping or hibernating of some sort, but it doesn't seem to be aware of you.
Okay. How many steps is one block?
5.
5 feet.
5. Okay, so I can run 30 feet. Is that encumbered by my...
No.
No, sweet. So
I
want to go...
I will say, with your bonus actions, because you got cutting action, you can use that as either dash, dodge, or disengage. So you can basically double your feet if your movement if that's what you wish.
All right. Well, I would like to dash 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 to here if possible.
Yep.
And then I'm trying to get a sneak attack on this lizard. And before I dash, I'm gonna look over to Algan and Kiori and the halfling and say, "I'm gonna see if I can get up its ass."
To a giant crocodile. Okay.
Whatever rocks your boat, mate.
Okay, so you see your new half-orc friend kind of go and skitter off. I'll need you to make a stealth as you approach it. Okay, welcome back. We now have our friend James, Astus the dwarf, has returned after fatherly duties, and we're going to get straight into the action. So, Efok, you rolled a 13, the crocodile rolled a 10, and it as you approach, it does not seem to take any notice of you whatsoever. But getting closer, you do hear the rumble of of its breath and snoring kind of thing. So drop yourself where you'd like to be.
Oh, like anywhere?
Currently, yeah, because you're not in initiative because it hasn't noticed you.
Oh shit. Well, ideally, I'd like to be. Let me just move over here.
Over here.
I would like to be, perhaps right about here, if possible. Just
yeah. I mean,
maybe closer.
Yeah, I'd probably say there because that is like a pool, so it'd be involved in a bit
water.
of wading. Yeah. So remember, you're in a swampland, so.
So maybe right about here.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You can't attack in that because you haven't got 5 foot. You haven't got 10 foot reach, but yeah. But what are you gonna do?
Hide.
You're gonna hide? Okay.
Yeah.
You're not gonna go for an attack.
It depends. It hasn't seen me yet, so.
It hasn't. It's asleep.
Yeah,
so I'd say you
hiding.
use your bonus action to hide, and you you see there's some foliage underneath the tree that you're currently under, and you reckon you've got a decent chance of it not seeing you if it wakes up straight away.
Dope.
What's everyone want to do? Else do to prepare? Currently,
Okay, I would like
it's
to
not awake,
move
so
to there.
roll a stealth for me, please.
Okay, I have rolled a natural 1, but we all know my
Yeah, you're a
amazing thing.
halflings, man.
fucking halfling druid rogues.
Stealth is 15.
Okay, so as you walk forward, you see your friend Efok like kind of hunkering down, and you kind of sneak in, and you're quite a small frame, so it's quite easy for you to hide. And you see that there's like it looks like a fallen branch that's fallen down in front of you. And as you put your foot on it to kind of hike yourself over, you slip and you land on quite a lot of twigs, and they all go, and you see this enormous creature go. It's awake now, so could you all roll initiative, please? Because he rolled a natural 20.
Thank you, Justine.
You're welcome.
Oh man.
11.
Oh dear. Okay, Augen.
Oh.
Oh Jesus, come on you lot. Kuri.
13.
13. Lana.
4.
Lana, you've got the higher dex, haven't you?
My dex is 12.
Mine's 15.
Oh, you're not playing a rogue. Okay. Okay, so Augen, you'd be first out of you two. Astus? Oh yeah, really? Cool. You need to unmute yourself. Unmute.
He's a teacher. He has to do this.
James,
he's
you're
not supposed to
muted.
understand. He doesn't understand tech because he's a teacher.
Yeah, so when you get the projector out for the class, it takes about 20 minutes to get set up just to play a video after 5 attempts.
Yeah.
To then shut the video early because it's not working due to technical difficulties.
And then they leave the mouse in the middle of the screen.
Oh, it's fucking irritating.
Oh, yeah, it annoys me. Anyway.
I would respond to the DM, but we'd have to censor it for YouTube. So I'll say I'm a 13, but I'm pretty sure my dex is going to be lower than Curry's.
I am 13 exactly, +1.
Oh, me +1 as well. We can have
roll
a
off.
Roll off. So both roll a d20, please.
I'm 13 plus 1, 2 for Dex.
Yeah, but you got 11.
You're going to win because I rolled that one. And that roll off.
Oh, no, hang on. I didn't do that right.
No, it's just there. He's got that one as well.
Oh my god. Roll again.
Space in the wrong place, but it doesn't matter. We'll go for one anyway.
The hand of God reaches down and gives you a second chance.
You're not going to believe this. Second that one in a row.
For God's sake.
Get them out of the way early. That'd be me then, 15.
Okay, cool. Alright, so.
This is what? I had 3 17s in a row and now 2 nat ones. These
I've got cursed dice.
I love these are my Christmas lights, Jakey. I love them. They're all Halloweeny.
Okay, so initiative is done. You are now up to Astus. You're first in the round.
Great.
You always roll really decent initiative, funnily enough.
Well, I think it's my massive +1 bonus.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Well, it started growling at us, has it?
Yeah, it seems to have noticed Lana, and then notices everyone standing behind Lana. But currently, it hasn't. You don't think it's noticed the half-orc who's crouching in the bush. But Lana's just kind of landed with a clatter. We're kind of breaking a lot of branches and stuff like that. So yeah. And Lana's last in initiative, which kind of makes sense because the dice have worked to the story gods again. So.
Okay, I'm going to move.
Is
One,
Lana prone?
two. That's 2 squares, 3 squares.
I'll just say she got up by the time she realised it noticed her.
Right, okay.
So I've moved my 5 squares because I've only got little legs.
Yeah.
And I will. I don't know. I haven't done this for a while. I'll just do a little sacred flame on the old boy.
Okay, so that's a dex saving throw. Oh, that's not bad. That's a -1. So that'll be 15. What's your DC?
Oh, 13. Yeah, he's fine. I won't even bother.
Okay.
rolling.
So as you kind of concentrate, somehow you miss, and it gets like between his legs, where his
Okay.
tail is.
And then-
Yeah, you miss him.
The
Unfortunately.
bonus action, I'll put a spiritual weapon by his bum.
Okay. You should have control of your spiritual weapon on the right-hand side of the screen.
Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, that's cool. Look at this. Yeah, just.
Am I prepared? Yes, I am.
I don't have control of it though, loser.
I am not that prepared. You now have control of it.
I do. So I'll put it there.
Okay.
And I guess I'll just hit him with it.
Okay, roll for attack then, please, my friend.
Directly in the lizard nuts.
That was only a level 1.
Yep.
No, sorry, level 2. No, of course it's level 2. I'm talking rubbish. So that is a 20 to hit,
That hits.
9 damage.
9 bludgeoning damage, okay.
Isn't it
The
right?
viewers who are watching, this is people who actually write macros, makes it a lot quicker. There you go.
What damage type is it? Isn't it radiant?
Oh, it is radiant? Yeah, it doesn't really make a difference. It's only a fucking crocodile.
Okay.
Okay, so Astus kind of runs forward, and you see, like, him concentrate, and you see, like, a depiction of a hammer appear in the middle of nowhere, and flames come from it, misses, but then another hammer appears behind it and hits it on the rump. And it seems to have, it's definitely awake now, and it is not particularly happy to be awoken. Next up is Kuri, Mr. Tired.
I should be able to see the croc from my range, should I?
Yeah, you'd be able to see. It's a big creature. If it was a normal crocodile, I'd probably say no, but this is not a normal crocodile.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to use the free action to ignite my mace, and then I'm going to shoot a firebolt from it.
What?
Okay.
Okay, and that's my standard 2 hits. Hold on. Proficiency's added in this one, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's basically your weapon attack.
That's going to be an 18 to hit,
If that definitely hits.
and then that's going to be a total of 6 fire damage.
Okay.
Shot from the mace, and then I'm going to get close to him, so I'm going to 7, 14, 21, 28.
Okay, so standing there, you see him like a giant wand as a small bolt of a ball of flame fires out at the end of this this strange mace. And it's the first time you've used it, and you're like, oh, this is useful, and it does strike this this creature, and it's definitely done some damage. Okay, next up is Efok.
Sneak attack. I'm gonna punch him with I'm gonna punch him with my meat masher.
Okay, that's a 1d4.
Yep.
For damage, and it was.
Won't proc sneak attack because it's not a finesse weapon.
But it is on its own. It's got no alloys within 5 feet. It is a finesse weapon.
Well,
We
the meat
agree.
mash is now finesse now.
We agreed last time. It's a finesse weapon because it's part of him.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. I rolled a 4 on my d4.
Okay, so that, and then it'll be 2d6 for your sneak attack, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
2.
What? You roll 2 ones.
Yep.
Holy crap!
Snake eyes.
Yeah, but then you have standard weapon attack as well, so you should have at least 3 dice to roll.
Yeah, he's got 4, 5, 6, and then what's your plus to attack? Plus to damage. Sorry.
Plus the damage is 3. Nope,
Okay.
5. Yes, 3. Never mind. Stupid.
3. Okay, so it was 9 bludgeoning damage. Okay. So as you run up, you punch it, and it notices you now, and it snaps its head round as you punch, and your meat grinder manages to get some of its little studs caught under its scales as you rip some of the scales off. You did damage. And unfortunately, it's now his turn, and he's going to go, I'm an angry crocodile, grrr, and turn around and bite the living crap out of you. Where's the thingy gone? Okay, it's going to make 2 attacks. Oh, they are not very good. What's your AC?
13.
Okay, one of them hits. Okay, the bite attack hits. So as it launches forward, as it swings round, it swings with the tail. And you manage to duck out the way of the tail, but as you're kind of recovering from the duck, you just see the massive jaws come towards you, and you're like, oh dear! And it's going to do some damage. Oh, that's a lot of dice.
Oh Jesus! I'm glad I did a for fun roll just then.
That's quite a lot of damage.
I have 21 health.
How much?
21.
Sorry, didn't you would have had a long rest.
Oh, unless
Oh yeah, you've had a long rest, so it's back up to max.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
33.
Yeah, so just take damage from that. Luckily, you didn't take him down from the fort earlier, or else it's
Yeah.
going to be different.
Luckily, it doesn't kill you in one shot, but it does deliver 24 damage.
Oof.
As it chomps down on you, and and you are now technically grappled.
Oh shit!
Sweet.
I did tell you these swamps were really dangerous.
I'm looking. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna have to try and rip him out of his fucking jaws. What the fuck?
Whose turn?
Okay, so okay, yeah, that's his full turn. So, oh, sorry, my dice is on it. Algun, it's your turn now, bud. So you've just seen your new compadre punch, and you see some like a spurt of blood as he kind of looks to the rest of you to go, "Was that good?" And then he gets chomped, and you see half his body disappear inside the giant crocodile.
Okay. I'm going to. Is this in the centre? Is this like a big tree? The one that I'm currently standing behind.
It is, but it's not like you can't see through it. Imagine that there's the trunk and then the tree and then the branches come down on the outside, so you'll be able to see the creature and what's happening.
Does that mean I can move pretty much through that space as well?
Yeah. These are all trees. There's shrubbery on the floor and small bushes, but nothing that you couldn't like step through or step over.
I'm going to go. Oh god, I hate diagonals. That's 15, 24, 20, 25, 30, and I'm going to.
Oh, that's right. It's 7.5, isn't it?
Yeah, if you're going diagonal, it's 7.5.
Oh, I'm still safe technically. Because mine be.
Yeah, you're only a few points out. Don't worry, mate.
Yes,
No, I'm
I'm
still
going to
within the
go
limit,
to
though.
there, and I'm going to. Oh.
Javelin it.
Yeah, I'm going to javelin it.
Okay, so you whip out your javelin as you're running over, and you launch your javelin at it. Can you roll for attack, please, bud?
Yeah. Okay.
Please hit the crocodile, not me.
21 to hit.
Oh yeah, that definitely hits. Roll damage then, please, buddy.
That is. I'm not raging, so I don't get any bonuses. Yeah, so 1d6 plus. That's 5 piercing damage.
Okay. Okay, so it managed to just fly through, and it definitely hits, and you can see the javelin sticking out of it, but it doesn't look like it's done too much damage, but it's definitely damaged it. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
I would like to rage.
There we go, we got there in the end. Okay, cool. Lana, it's now your turn. So seeing your friends kind of rush around you as you're recovering from standing up, and then you see your new comrade need to get eaten completely in the first round. It's now your turn. What do you want to do?
As my action, I would like to cast Cure Wounds.
Okay.
I can't.
Why
You
can't
gotta touch him.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna move there.
Can I use my reaction to try and stop her because I think she's getting too close to Croc, like grapple?
You can try.
It's. I mean, it'll be strength versus her dexterity or strength, mostly for our panic because I don't want it to get too close to Croc in case she loses her life.
Yeah, go for it then. Your choice, Justine. Sorry, Lana.
I'm avoiding the
Acrobatics.
grapple.
Okay, so acrobatics or just straight dex. It's up to you. Obviously, acrobatics will be better, but
I'm on the athletics, correct?
yeah.
Okay, I can. 13.
15.
Okay.
Okay, so you kind of swipe your gigantic hand just as where she just was, as she sees you doing it the last second, ducks away, and you see her like run through the mud and the slime and skid to just the edge of the water, and she reaches forward and touches the small amount of the half orc that she can see. Roll your healingness.
Okay, that will be 9 healing.
Okay,
Sweet.
so
That
effort, nine health.
puts me up to
points back
HP.
on. Cool.
18.
Okay, as a bonus action, I would like to change into a direwolf.
Obviously, you should have control of the. Yeah.
What a furry.
Which means I have more movement left,
Okay.
and I will go back there.
Heal and run. Okay, so the halfling runs there, and the direwolf runs back. Okay, so back up to the top of the round then. Astus, it's back to your turn, my friend. You're muted.
I know, I was just trying to swap.
You've muted yourself.
Fucking teachers, man.
Teachers, man.
I know I'm a failed teacher, I'm not a teacher.
Have you got much to talk on or something?
No, I just keep muting myself in between rounds because it's quite rowdy in the next room.
He breathes really heavily.
Only when you're talking. I'm going to move 2 forward and 1 to the
Okay.
side, which I think there's about right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Without house rule, that gives me advantage, doesn't it?
It does. Oh, actually, no, it doesn't, because you've seen it try to make an attack with its tail. So technically, you don't get flanking on this creature.
Oh, well, I'll move there then anyway, so. 'cause it's,
Okay, cool. That's fine.
There's still no advantage, you say, so that's fine.
I can hear the disappointment in your voice.
I don't know, level 2 inflict wounds, why not?
Okie dokie. Remember to mark off your spell slots.
I am doing. Oh, it's alright, I haven't rolled to attack yet, but there's my damage, so let's just do
Yeah. Roll to attack then.
Let's hope you hit, and not me.
Well, that's going to hit, that's a 20.
That definitely hits. Yeah.
23 damage then.
Fucking hell. This is why I should throw a dragon at you.
Oh, yeah,
Fucking clerics, man.
you've got to paint him first.
Alright. And be able to play in person. It's going to be fun streaming this shit when we're able to play in person again. Jesus. Brandon, you're going to have to come over from Canada every week.
Oh, God. I'll build a robot with wheels, and then we'll just cart a laptop around with my face wearing a shirt.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine then. That's fine. The Cheetos hoodie.
Yeah, I'll mail it over to you.
Really.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that was a good lot of a lot of damage. Jesus Christ. Okay, so I've got your bonus action for your hammer if you still want to use it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it'd be rude not to, wouldn't it? Really.
Well, it would be really. I mean, that is your go-to weapon.
Which is, hang on, is going to be 18 to hit.
That hits, yep.
11 damage.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's not bad, is it?
No, that was like
34 damage in a round.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And I remembered to unmute myself. There you go.
Well done. Okay, so it's not a small creature by any means, and it seems relatively easy to hit. But you see Astus just unload a flurry of attacks, and then you see him kind of like slap it on its stomach as you see it's kind of green and scaly scales. Scaly scales? Slimy scales.
Have you seen a crocodile?
No, they're basically fish. And you see the green scales start to blacken and wither and crack as if they're actually they're burnt kind of thing.
I could have healed our friend, but I don't really know him that much, so I'd rather just hurt them. I want to make a handbag.
That's fair enough. Make a fucking handbag. Okay, Astus, so to Kuri now.
Right, I'm going to move 10, 14, 20. I'm going to move to here, towards the sort of mouth of the thing. I'm going to strike the creature to try and get it to loosen its grip on my ally.
So you're doing an aimed shot for the head.
I'm going to be honest with you, I was, but that doesn't matter because that's nat 1.
Okay, so you do an aim.
Tonight. Fuck.
You do an aim shot, and you think, yeah, I've got this, and you do clink, and it clips and sinks into the bog beneath you, and you start trying to. It'll be a bonus action to pull your weapon out of the floor.
Luckily for me, I've still got my bonus action prepared.
Okay, you can do it.
So I will use one bonus action there to rip it out.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Fuck.
Bro, sorry for my dice.
Third nat 1.
Okay, E-fuck, that is your next turn.
I want to pry its jaws off of my body with my hand and my meat masher.
Okay, so you proper like George of the Jungle style, prop yourself in between and go. Can you roll a strength check for me, please?
18 plus 3.
Oh my god, yes. Somehow you annihilated its DC and you managed to go and you kind of give yourself enough leeway to push it open, push yourself back, and as you push yourself back, it slams shut again. You just see the thing, its kind of red, yellow eyes are just urga at you now.
Alright, so bonus action.
Yep.
Fucking escape. Run away. I'm gonna dodge.
Do the coward.
You can disengage, can't you, with a bonus action for cunning action?
Yeah, as a rogwe, he can.
Yeah. So you can basically get away without any worries. So you have to.
Yeah, so you can use your bonus action to disengage, which means that you can get away from it without it attacking you.
Dope. Disengaging.
Okay. Sound. You can move up to 30 feet, just to let you know.
Alright, so I'll stay there.
Sound. Alright then, so next up is his turn. He's going to do a tail attack at the dwarf.
That's good luck.
And that is a 12, so that doesn't hit. And he's going to go for a bite attack on the... Oh my god, the same roll again. I'm using my green dice because it's a crocodile and it's not working. Yeah, does it? A 12 doesn't hit, does it, Kuri?
No.
Okay, so Astus, you see the tail swing round as you raise your shield and just bat it above your head, and as it twists back round, you see it turn to Kuri and Kuri kind of just like bats it away with the handle of his axe, and it kind of goes upward as if he's done a bit of an uppercut. But it's going to try and slither into the swamp. So, Astus and Kuri make an opportunity attack.
Oh, with pleasure.
That is going to be. Standard mace. That is going to be. That's 17 to hit.
That hits.
And then I've got to roll these 2 dice.
No, bugger.
Okay, hold on. Right, so that's going to be 6 piercing damage.
Yep.
And 2 cold.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Astus, did you hit?
Hang on, I'm... to hit it, no. It's a 7 to hit, so no.
No. Okay, so you kind of swing and a miss, but Curry manages to get it pretty rough, and that'll be. And you see it starting to recede into the swamp, moving relatively fast for the size of the beast it is, but yeah, it seems to be moving away from you, with a trail of crimson blood behind it, I will say. Okay, Algun, you're up next. Remember, one of your javelins is hanging from the back of this creature, so if you can't retrieve it, you need to knock it off.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to move 5, 10...
So impressed by this webcam. Like, it's really clear. Look at my face.
I've gone into water.
Okay, that will be difficult terrain for you, buddy, so it will be half movement from there onwards.
Yeah, I think that's as far as I can get anyway.
Okay.
That's not within attacking distance, is it?
No, you're just out. If you had a reach weapon, you could do it, but you're just out of range.
Okay, so it's going to get another javelin then.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Roll for attack then, please, bud.
That's a natural 20.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay.
That's my second of the night.
I think you're the opposite to Fro this evening, by the looks of it. Roll your... Actually, no, it's 4, Fro, because you rolled 1 before the session.
Yeah, that's how you messed up. You did your practice roll and it was a natural 1, that's it.
That set your tone for the night.
So I've had more than that ones that have 17s. That's fucking... I think these dice are weighted.
Yeah, sorry.
It's fine. It's either 17 or 1. That I'll accept.
Okay then, so... yeah, roll your damage then, James.
Yeah, I'm just doing that now. So we're not with a crit. Do I double my rage dice as well?
No, you don't have rage dice.
No, you don't have rage dice with a ranged weapon. You only have ranged.
Hold on, you're about Zealot, aren't you? Zealot is about instant melee attacks, not range.
Yes, that's true.
I can double check it now if you want.
Well, yeah, you'd probably be quicker than me digging out my books that are just to my right, so I could probably get them. But...
What you mean, Jake, is you can't be arsed, and we might as well leave it to the Rain Man of D&D stuff to find it out.
Well, it is Fro. He is a god when it comes to information of Dund.
Okay, it says weapon attack, so technically that is a weapon attack, so yeah, that dice will be doubled.
So...
Yeah, it just literally states a weapon attack. It doesn't specify range or melee, so since it's a weapon you're using,
yeah,
that will be channeled, so that'll be 2d6 plus your half a barbarian level, followed by your javelins, which are 1d8, is it?
1d6, so it's technically
1d6.
4d6.
4d6 plus your rage plus half your barbarian level.
Yes,
it's not plus the straight rage though, is it? Because
no,
rage
add on
only
afterwards.
affects.
So
no,
you roll
rage
4 dice.
only affects.
No,
There
rage
might
is
be an
any
extra dice, but the rage only affects melee attacks.
I think it's any
No,
attack.
it's
Let me
any
double check
attack
that.
with a strength. Any attack using strength.
Ah, that was it. Strength, yeah.
Yeah, which
It's because
javelins are dice.
most melee weapons are dex. So, but yeah,
No,
so
not necessarily. Most of them are actually strength based. It's a few which can be used with dex. So yeah, that's 46 plus half your barbarian plus your strength plus your
Yeah, okay.
rage.
6.
That's a lot of fucking damage. Holy shit.
11, 12. That's my 4d6.
I saw that, Brenda.
But Jim, there's one thing I want to clarify. When you chose Zealot, which did you choose? Did you choose Radiant or Necrotic? It doesn't swap.
Radiant.
Radiant. Okay, so it's permanently Radiant. That's what I just want to say.
Yeah, I know that. So it's 12.
Next time you should pick the erotic zealot.
Is that just a bard mixed with it? It's like a bit of a striptease as you crit them.
18 damage.
How would
Dance
you
fighter.
like to do this? The hunter is the hunter, of course. It had
Well,
14 hit points there.
Actually, he was only panicking because he was about to lose his other javelin.
Okay.
So he's doing it in a bit of a frantic kind of running into the water like ah.
Yeah. Okay. So you kind of you leap over Lana basically, and you dart forward, and you're like, ah, more javelin, and you throw, and then you throw and realise I could lose 2 javelins, and that little panic at the end gives you the pinpoint accuracy, and you spear it right at the back of the skull, and you see it pop out the front of its nose, and you're like, oh. Oh, as it kind of makes one last kind of grumble as it kind of slaps down in the water, and you see it start to sink just below the surface. So,
Excellent.
we are out of initiative technically, but it is sinking round by round. So
I would like to go there, grab it by stealth, and try and start pulling it backwards.
I'll help if I can.
I'm going to go back to sleep, so I'm going to walk back to the car.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm going
Grab tail.
to dismiss the flames of my weapon and just head back to the cart to go to sleep.
That's fine, buddy. You better get back to the cart, and there's 30 kobolds there.
I'll fucking do it again!
Okay, so those of you that are trying to drag it out of the water, I need you to all make strength checks.
We're on there, so I might as well.
That's fine.
17.
14.
3.
Natural
What?
20.
Oh,
Who got a 3?
that was me making a joke.
Oh.
I was trying to do a Justine voice.
Oh, right. Okay, so as you kind of wrap your hands around the tail of this beast,
And teeth.
and teeth.
Oh, did you add your strength or the wolf strength?
Wolves?
Oh, the wolves.
But I'm natural
So-
20.
With all them, I will say you managed to drag it to. Oh no, that's back. You drag it
The
further
wrong
into
way.
swamp. You managed to drag it to about there. Its head of it is still lolling in the water, but the majority of the beast, it gets a lot harder to pull once it's on land, obviously. But yeah, you managed to get the majority of it onto relatively dry land, but the rest of it is still kind of like lapping in the water. But now we're officially out of initiative, so what would you like to do?
I would like to grab my 2 javelins back, please.
Okay, yeah, so pop them back in your inventory. So you managed to pull them out, and 2 seconds. Okay, one of them needs repairing. It's not completely broken, but it'll take you a good hour to fix it. One of them is broken. It seems to be the first one you threw was broken.
I'd like to roll to see if there's any treasure on this beast.
Roll an investigation check for me, please, buddy.
5.
You get your knife out and you start just hacking into its stomach, and you open its stomach and you see half digested food. You don't see any kind of coins, anything glinting. This is just a wild creature. It's just kind of been it's been obviously feeding on things, but doesn't seem anything of real value.
Oh, unfortunate. All right, well, let's continue dragging it. I suppose we got to eat something.
From where you are and the damage you've done, you could probably carve off a bit of meat from it, but it involves some decent rolls.
I just think we should. Wrong to say this in game. I just think we could just take the tail off. There's loads of meat on that. That'll get us going for a couple of days, I think.
Use your shiny axe. Your fancy axe.
My fancy axe. I'm gonna go with my fancy axe.
Okay, can you roll an athletics, please, for me?
I'll hold the tip of the tail.
I would like to turn back into Lana.
Okay.
Helping. I'm helping. I'm helping.
Can I do that with advantage? Because Brandon's holding the holding it out.
No.
Shit.
He's picking it up, but it's not particularly. What have you done?
That's a natural one.
Oh dear.
Am I gonna lose another fucking wrist?
You did say you're holding the tip, so no. But you kind of do a executioner style. Can you roll a D100 for me and tell me what you get?
Okay.
Percentile?
I got 10%.
10%.
I got a 10.
That's right. So, luckily, you swing down and you feel that the axe kind of bites into its scales, and then you seem like you hit the spine, and it kind of, when you hit something really hard with the pickaxe, and it just kind of sends a vibration through your whole body.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
You
You
mean
barely
recoil.
get into it. But it does. Luckily, your axe doesn't seem like it's taken any damage. If you'd have rolled the other way, as in 90%, your axe might have been fucked. So yeah.
Well, can I roll strength to try and pull the tail off, like I did my own wrist?
I'm gonna go for another chop.
Okay.
You are not
As
gonna
is
be able to
I'll
rip
tell you
off.
what. It's like cutting a piece of string. You pull it taut, it's easier to chop. You can pull it with a strength check. You can do another check to see if you can cut it off.
9.
Okay, that's
You-
better.
It's one hand, right?
You're picking up the end of the tail.
Well, that's a 22.
Okay, yeah, you managed to. The second hit, you managed to pinpoint it exactly where you cut it, like you're cutting a log in half that you've just felled the tree, and you manage to go, and it does, and you feel the crack of the bone as it first hits, and then you feel it kind of part the flesh, and from this point onwards, you reckon you can just like carve it away with a knife and pull the tail apart. The tail is still quite heavy. It probably take a couple of you to carry it, and because a lot of this tail is muscle more than like fatty meat, but it's you have a giant crocodile's tail.
With my hunting skills and butchering skills, would I be able to split it open, take go down each side of the bone, take the spine out, and then like wrap the meat up in the skin?
You mean fillet it?
Basically, yeah, and then use the skin to keep it like nice and clean.
Make a survival
We
check
call
with
it-
advantage.
We call it filleting it. Yeah, over here, mate. Fillet.
Oh. Fillet.
Fillet not isn't the word.
That's a 13.
With advantage.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first one was
you
an
managed-
actual one again.
Okay, fucking hell. Okay, so you manage to you turn it over and you start carving down like the softer underbelly of it, and you carve down, and a couple of times your knife gets caught and you kind of tear it out, and you remove the spine or most of it, you think, and as you pull the meat out, you kind of strip the meat of anything that's like inedible or not going to be very nice, and you manage to pack it, and you use the rest of the tail as a very rough kind of sack, and as you pick it up, you do notice that you've nicked it a few times, and there are some holes in it, but it's carrying it, but there is a slight trail of kind of gut blood and stuff like that that's dripping from it, but it's not airtight by any means, but it's definitely it's carrying a decent chunk of meat.
Oh, awesome.
Okay.
And it's
So-
a lot lighter now.
Oh yeah, with the bones and a lot of the muscle taken out. Yeah, you've kind of like chopped probably a foot's worth of mainly bone and just hardened scales off the end of the tail, and then the scales on top, they've formed the bottom of the bag, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
So you've kind of joined the four corners up and you've held it kind of like that. But yeah, I mean, you can get it back to the campfire, and you look like you've probably got at least for all of you 2 days worth of crocodile meat. So that 2 days worth of, but spoiling time because of your hunting, you know that this ain't going to last more than a week.
Tastes like chicken.
It does taste like very, very chewy chicken.
Yeah.
Who also wants to eat crocodile?
Well, Fro,
Yeah, I'm
D&D
gonna go,
makes
I'm
your
gonna-
dreams come true.
I'm going to turn to Algan and say, make me a crocodile butty and make it snappy.
Oh. So many dad jokes, man.
also a
D&D
little bit-
themed dad jokes.
I'm just gonna silently leave. Like I'm looking at these two like colossal dumbasses,
Yeah,
and
I'm
I'm just
gonna
leaving.
retreat back to the campsite.
Okay, you get. We'll fast track it then because you're not far. You get back to the camp and you see that that Kuri's pulled some furs over himself, and you kind of hear the gentle kind of snoring of coming from the back of the wagon.
I'm going to start cooking up some of this crocodile.
Okay, so you get a couple of the battered pans that you bought and you brought with yourselves, and you manage to use some of the fat from the actual crocodile to use as like a bit of a kind of anti-stick to the frying pan, and you chop it up into decent steak-sized chunks, and once again cook it. It's not particularly flavoured, but it's quite chewy. It's like a badly cooked beef in a sense. You are out in the sticks as well, but you all have a meal, which will definitely satisfy you for the day up until tomorrow evening. Up until this evening. Are you holding some for Kuri or not?
Yeah, I'm just going to cook up a load, probably half of it.
Okay, yeah. So you've got enough for later on in the day as well, then.
Yeah, just to keep us going for today.
Okay, yeah, that sounds. So you kind of
Can
make
I,
a bit of a jerky.
If I could steal some of the crocodile teeth from it, would you think I'd be able to do anything with the smithy?
Make a survival check to try and get some teeth out because they're teeth and they're not easily gotted. As we know.
13.
How much?
13.
13. With that, I'll say you get 6 large giant crocodile teeth
Cool.
altogether.
And then I'll,
You do see as you kind of open its jaws up, and you do see that quite a lot of them are broken off, and it looks like this creature is pretty old. You don't know how long they live for, but the amount of kind of damage, and you look at its body, and Algan, you'd have noticed this as well. It's got battle wounds, it's got healed over scars, it's got scales missing from its spine, it's got not fresh by any means, but it's got cuts all over it. It's got a few teeth missing, it's got a few teeth that are cracked, and it looks like this beast was an old man, basically. Okay, welcome back. So we will pick up just after you've killed the giant crocodile, skinned it for whatever it was worth, and you've headed back to your kind of makeshift temporary campsite. You cooked up a very chewy jerky style meat that comes from the crocodile, and we'll pick up. How long are you looking to stay here? Because altogether, with like sleeping and stuff like that, you've probably been here about an hour altogether.
I'm
Probably push
thinking
off.
maybe we give these about 3 hours rest. 4.
You do see the horses have kind of knelt down and look like they're sleeping currently, but you can wake them. They just might not be happy.
Plus the horses need a rest, so
Well, how about we wake
Would
up?
I have-
You
we
put the
wake up.
horses on the back of the cart and you pull the cart.
We wake up Curry. No, we don't wake up Curry because he's sleeping on the back.
You can just sleep in the back, it'll be alright.
Yeah, we'll try and make some more movement, and then we'll kind of make camp early, this afternoon.
the horses
Yeah, okay,
are
good point.
exhausted.
I might want to rest for a little longer. I took a little bit of a bite earlier. I'd like to regain a little bit more.
But if
Blood.
we're having what's known as a short rest now, you can roll some hit dice. So,
Yeah, you can roll. You can. So your hit dice should be on your character sheet, I think. So if this would be classed as a short rest because you're here for at least an hour. So you roll whatever your hit dice is. For a rogue, it's a D10.
8.
It's a 3d8 and 1d12 that are put in my hit dice area.
Okay, all right, whatever. Okay, yeah. So you use however much you want to use. You don't have to use them all.
Very good. I'll just use the 1d12. That seems like the most reasonable.
Keep in mind, you only get those dice back on a long rest, and you get half at a time.
All right.
Yeah, so if you use 2, you have a long rest, you only get 1 back. That kind
No,
of thing.
you get the 2 back. It's at the
Oh, you mean the sorry. Yeah, the
overall,
half of
yeah.
what you've actually, yeah.
So if you take all 4, you only get 2 back on the first long rest, and then 2 back again on the second.
Yeah.
I rolled an 8 on my 1d12.
Okay. So add an 8 to your health then, my friend.
All right. That's 26 HP.
Okay. So what we'll do, we'll skip ahead. So you've had the horses have had a few hours rest, and at this point it's coming to late morning now. The sun's fully up in the sky. It's a relatively sunny day actually. You do see quite a lot of the snow and the ice is starting to melt, but obviously melting ice means water, and in a swamp there's already quite a lot of water. So you do notice that the ground starts to get a bit sludgy the more you walk around. But the horses wake and they seem decently rested. They're not as agitated as they were before. So, are you just cracking on along the road?
Let's crack on.
Okay.
This counts as a short rest, so am I like spooning Fro?
So a short rest is just doing something that isn't strenuous. So it could be sitting down, relaxing, chatting at the fire. I really wanted to start singing a song then.
I know exactly what song you were thinking.
Sitting there, Rex, no, cool. No, sorry, I'm not going to sing that. The misty swamps. So it's basically just anything that's not strenuous, whether that be spooning curry. Yeah.
Okay,
So.
cool.
You can be picking the shit out between the spikes in your masher.
Yeah, you could be cleaning your masher.
Yeah, I'll clean my masher. I'll polish my meat masher.
Your meat pounder.
Yeah.
Tenderizer.
No, he actually named it the meat pounder the other day. So I remember.
I thought it was the meat masher.
No, it was the
I
meat
thought
pounder.
it was the meat masher.
No, I'm sure it was
I
the
love
meat
alliteration,
pounder,
man.
Because it was about pounding your meat.
Yeah, well, mashing your meat.
That just doesn't sound comfortable.
Well, it's not meant to be comfortable.
You are Canadian.
Yeah, we have sex on icebergs out here while the polar bears watch.
And while you ride the great moose.
Yes, on top of the great moose holding on to the antlers for whatever you can.
Exactly. Right then. So, you start making your way through the... Who's driving now? Lana, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
She loves this shit. She loves it.
loves the animals. So, working your way through the swampland. After... okay. That's right. You skipped a little bit of my timeline because you travelled through the night. So, anyway, so you work your way through, and it gets to early afternoon, about 2 o'clock, and the swampland starts to get a little rougher, and you do start making out old, broken, and scattered stone buildings dotted round. Let me just turn the Roll20 music off because it's so distracting.
However, Roll20 is a great resource we really enjoy using for our streaming experience.
Yeah, it's all right.
Just instant, just shut down.
Sponsorship. Sponsorship. So, we 2 videos up, sponsorship.
No.
Okay, so
No,
we
got 20 subscribers now. That's some good going.
No sponsorship for you. No.
right, yeah. So what was I saying? Oh yeah. Okay, so because you're all distracting and Fro's voice is weird. Okay, so you okay, so you start traveling, and the road looks to go from muddy paths to more paved, but it's old and broken. So you'd find like a couple of meters where it looks like there's old paving stones, and then there's like a massive crack in it, and there's water's filled the crack in there, and there's part of the swamp that's overtaken it. And looking around, not directly on the road, far to your left, towards the big maelstrom that is ever present in the sky, you see that there's old, scattered and broken stone buildings dotted the landscape. And you can see them. Some of them even tower above the tree line. They look to be like old towers of some sort, or maybe battlements. And you see that the trees and the plant life look like they've fought back against this stonework. And you see that trees and plants have actually grown through the stonework, which shows you, without any rolls, because it's common knowledge, that this is old, like extremely old. Whatever these buildings were, I'd say that Jim, Lana, and it's because you've got names. Oh, I can't even change your names. Okay, so
Jim is the host. He can do it.
Yeah,
I'm the host.
I'm the host.
Algan, Lana, and Kuri. You all know that this.
I'm sorry. Am I still asleep at this moment in time, or have I woken up? Like, how far in the journey is this?
So you're asleep. No, I'd probably say you're just rousing now as they get into this point, being that it's early afternoon. So you'd have your long rest in. But you three know that these ruins are the remnants of a civilization long gone and long forgotten. No one really knows anything about it. At least the common knowledge, no one knows anything about it. Yeah, I know what you're going to do.
I'd like to
let me finish. Let me finish. I know what you're going to do, Mr. Dwarf, because I played a dwarf.
I mean, how often do you ever use this thing?
Oh, mate, I used it
more
the
often than you
whole
believe.
night once.
Legit, my dwarf used it a lot as well.
So,
He's dead.
You see that the plants and the trees have overtaken the stonework. And can you all make a perception check for me, please?
Fuck.
Oh, I forgot my long rest on it, so I no longer got one level of exhaustion.
Yeah, that's been removed. So you're back to normal.
Oh,
Goliath.
fucking awesome.
Oh, great.
18.
Unnatural 20.
Nice.
10.
Ditto. No, fuck. Jinx, you owe me coke. That's it. Fucking bastard.
You're immune to coke. Right. So. Looking round, you're quite interested in these buildings. I mean, Algan, Lana, and Kuri, you have travelled around here before, and you do know stories of this city, and it's kind of been nicknamed the City of the Ruinous Storm. The Ruinous Storm being the massive purple and blue maelstrom that is constantly twirling above the city. And it's never stopped, it's never moved, nothing's ever changed, it's just always there. Pretty much anywhere in the local area, it's always on the horizon, night or day. But, looking round, I'll say you all see it, but you do see a gigantic winged shadow move across. It seems like it's quite far away, and you are partially covered by the trees. But you see a gigantic winged shadow cross over yourselves, heading deep into the swampland, heading towards the centre of the whirling mass of magic. That is the maelstrom above the ruined city. You don't have to put your hand up.
I'm for the sake of this anyway, for convenience, because I wasn't sure if you're going to keep going onwards. Based on the legends told by my village regarding the Ruinous Storm, would I have any idea what this creature is?
Yep. Yeah, you would. It's a dragon.
Cool.
And it's a big dragon.
Well, I know what this is.
Wait, is that sarcasm? Or is that genuine?
No, that's genuine. Lana, you'd have heard rumours. You'd have heard rumours, but you'd have never seen it, and you'd never been in direct contact with anyone who told you. But because of the proximity of the world's teeth, the mountains, Algan and Kuri, you both know that at least one ancient dragon calls this city its home.
I wish I'd never bought a 3D printer.
Regarding the
to be fair, and I was going to tell you this, but I didn't want to tell you before this session, is that this was already written in, mate. This was already written in, and then you bought the black. You got the Black Dragon Mini, and I was like, that's fate. But
that was the next question I was going to ask. The story is based on what was been told in the thing. What colour is the scales said to have been?
It's always been told it's more of a mythical beast than fact. So there's a lot of different stories. Like even Algan, some people in your tribe have said that they've seen the dragon kill things and then that they've fought the dragon, and no one's taken them seriously. And Kuri, you've heard people pass through the pass from what you called home, and you've heard people say that they've seen this dragon, but the one thing that everyone says is they call it a shadow. And looking at it now, the sun's shining, so it's quite hard to take out, but it looks to be a black dragon.
I will be right back. I'm going to go and reprint him at 10% scale. So.
Okay.
Throw a javelin at it. Go.
As it kind of passes by, I'm going to kind of look at it in almost disbelief. As I look towards Algan to be like, was that the... No. Was that the thing of legend?
Which legend?
Did you never have these stories of your village where they mentioned a shadow that flies near the city of ruin?
Yes.
But that shadow there, do you think that is of it?
Well, me myself, I've never seen anything like that before. That was big.
Yeah, I mean, I'll really quickly jump in, not to interrupt. It wasn't close. It was at least a couple of miles away, and it was going towards the Maelstrom, so deep into the city, which is several days' worth of travel at the very least.
You think it tastes any good?
And even from here, the thing was huge. Continue.
I mean, that was not a small creature by any standards.
Well, I didn't get
as big as
a
most sea
really good
serpents
look.
I've seen.
I'm sorry, sea serpents? Could you go into more detail about the sea serpents? Want to get Organ's opinion on this?
A sea serpent is a snake that resides in the oceans, known as a big danger to many, many sailors.
And you will say, actually, because you won't know this as a player, but your character would, that these sea serpents are known to be related to
Your mom.
Well, I can't say that because two of you share the same mom. So, I mean, honestly, I don't really give a shit. But you know that the every sea creature or serpent is related in some way to Quidilla, the serpent mistress, who is the goddess of the sea. So, if you wanted to say that to them, because they don't know who the hell she is.
Right. Well, I say that to them.
Okay.
Copy paste.
Okay.
So I was going to say something witty about looking at these broken buildings and say, life finds a way. But saying that the great black dragon fly over our heads is kind of taking the edge off it. I'm not going to lie.
As much as I like all creatures, I think we should maybe start moving in case he decides to turn around and inspect these lands.
If he does, just start talking to him.
The fact that this is legend status here, I do not think that if we are ever to come to blows with this creature, we'll survive. It's
Lord knows I won't be present.
Oh, well, that's one way to look at it. The fact that you mentioned these weird sea serpents, I feel like we got a better chance fighting them over this.
Absolutely. This is many times the size of a sea serpent.
For now, can we just go and finish off our business with the hook?
Oh, of course. Naturally, we're going to finish off the hook. But think about this. There's more creatures in the sea. That is mind-boggling to me.
Algon, Curry, have you ever been to the sea at all, or?
I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I've not really ever touched water.
Well, that's
Even for a
lie.
bath.
You smell like it.
That's good for your throat too.
That was hurtful. I have never really had much meaning to go swimming.
Well, when you feel the spray of the ocean on your face and the sun setting on the horizon, it changes you.
I do not think I want that to change.
Not if it results in something like you, mate.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather keep my hands to myself. No offense at all.
Curry, you've got to remember he's a water chieftain, so that's where he comes from. It'd be like taking the mountains away from us.
I understand where you're coming from with that one.
There are
just
sea
a
mountains.
thought. Now, that you're just making things up.
No, I tell you now. There are mountains in the sea. Some stretch tens of hundreds of feet high.
I would like to see these water mountains. To see what happens when a water chieftain shows us the water mountains.
Hang on, water mountains? Are the mountains made out of water?
Yes. Some stone.
Does that mean there'll be water Goliaths?
I haven't seen one, but we might find one.
Organ, there might be people of our stature, but with water.
I look forward to the day that we meet one of these water Goliaths.
Do you reckon they can fight, or do you think they just slap you with water?
Oh, I'll tell you what, I hope they're less boring than you two.
Astos, that hurts especially, since I'm the one who shares the same spiritual connection as one of you.
You know I love you, but should we crack on?
Yeah, I would like to make the horses move slightly faster.
Slap the horse, but with not my meat masher.
Hang on. Why do you want to go faster? Because we're heading in the direction that thing was flying at.
I mean,
No, you're not.
No.
You're going round the city. So imagine you're going this way, and that thing flew that way.
Yes, Spy, we're down after that mountain.
Aren't we going across like the path that he took? Aren't we going under the path that it's just taken?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant you were going in the same direction as him.
No. But all I'm thinking is it might be going back and forth rather than just one way.
Okay.
We must continue our journey to beat the shit out of this bandit. Let's go.
to be fair,
we can travel fast and still have a conversation.
Yeah, but even if we were going straight towards this scary black thing that we just saw in the sky, it's preferable to sitting here listening to you two chowing down on this stuff.
I mean, I assume at this point we're still moving.
Yeah, you haven't stopped. I would have said you just slowed very slightly to kind of to look at everything, but as you carry on, you do see it disappear into like the doesn't disappear into the maelstrom. It seems to dive down before it gets there, and it disappears into the city limits. And even from here, you can see that there's just scattered buildings everywhere. They're mainly to your left-hand side. There are a few dotted on the outskirts on the other side of the road, but traveling through, you see more and more buildings. If anything, the further you travel along this path, it starts to get more clustered and more scattered buildings start to pop up. And you see that the stonework, it's all the same. It's all old. It's all cracked. It doesn't seem like anything lives there. Astus, if you did want to use your stone cutting, you're more than welcome.
How do you know that's what I wanted to do?
Because you've been having a bone of
dude, before you joined, I was the dwarf.
How tall are you?
I'm not. Okay, fair enough. You got me.
Yeah,
for real?
In which case, I would like to do a history check, please.
Okay.
Technically, Jake is the grumpy dwarf.
Yeah, I am the grumpy dwarf. Do you know how stone cutting works, or do you need me to explain?
I get advantage on history checks relating to.
You don't. I mean, this is technicalities, but you don't get advantage. You get double your proficiency bonus.
Oh shit! Okay.
So hang on.
Well, that's okay because that makes it from a +1 to a massive +3. So there you go.
Hold on. Isn't it advantage on the rolling of the dice? But if you're doing stone-based work, it's where you double the proficiency.
So, stone cutting. Whenever you make an intelligence history check related to the origin of stonework, you are considered proficient in history skill and add double your proficiency bonus to check instead of your normal proficiency bonus.
Okay.
I read it straight from the PHB.
Understandable. So, cause I just know when you're proficient with a tool, you add a d4 to the whole roll of it, kind of thing, as a proficient thing. I think that's mostly with like lockpicks.
It's okay. Don't worry, because it was a natural 20. So I know you can't crit on a skill check, but
What did you get? 23.
20 -1 for my intelligence, then +4 for double my proficiency bonus. 23.
23. Okay. So, can you remember what I said about the City of the Ruinous Storm a couple of sessions ago or not?
Yes. I think so.
Prove it.
Okay, so.
I think I can, but I guess my character can now as well, so that's good.
Okay, so I will say, this stonework is ancient. Talking several thousand years ago, if not longer. You looking at it, you know that the swamp life has overtaken all the stonework. But as you touch it, you kind of close your eyes, and you know how stone works. You're a dwarf; it's part of you. And you close your eyes, and you start seeing. I wouldn't say it's a vision. It's more of you see shadows of what the city used to look like. And you see a city of pure marble. You see everything is perfect. You see that this city spans as far as the eye can see. Beautiful stone buildings. Nothing is touched by weather, by dirt, nothing. It is perfect. You see people hunting. You see there's flocks of birds. There's hundreds of animals for these people to hunt. You see perfect farming land for the people. The whole outskirts of this city basically is just the most perfect farming land. The drastic opposite to what it is now. You see that there are large constructs walking around this city that are made of stone. And they look like to be a stone composite. So looking at them, they look like between a mixture of obsidian and some kind of marble. And you see them walking as if they're protectors of the city. You see a large gem in each of their chests that seems to be powering them. You've never seen anything. You've seen a few golems before, and you've seen especially metal golems or iron golems. Sorry, because Asmarin has iron golems. Few in number.
Yeah.
They're few in number. They're very rare, and they're not made anymore. One person you know of made them, but he's long gone. Oh, I love it when shit comes together.
What about? So, are we talking about the bloke with the broken hammer sigil? Because I know that he was dabbling in that sort of thing.
He's the last person that you know of in dwarf history who made iron golems. Cool. And but
I mean, it sounds so glorious. It could almost be somewhere in Yorkshire, couldn't it?
But looking like kind of getting the feel of it, something big happened. Something that tore this city apart. It wasn't necessarily time or nature that tore this city apart. It was something physical. It was something above yourself, something spiritual. Jesus just ruffle stomped the whole city.
There's a Trask.
But you feel that there was a massive battle here, a battle that shadows any mortal battle that you've ever heard of or seen, and you feel great sadness.
So I guess I'm just going to make a mental note to just remember that in my commune with the gaffer tonight. Just like
Give me 2 seconds. I've just got something to read that I'd need to know if I'm able to.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Loot Crate.
No, blue apron. Blue apron.
Well, Fro's just mentioned it to ask, so I will say at this point, like, comment, and subscribe, or in your next campaign, you'll get TPK by to ask.
In the first session.
In the first session.
I think it's really important to say where that threat came from.
A lot of thought of that. As you walk deep into the city, you see a towering beam completely covered in spikes coming around going, "Rah!"
Okay, I'll tell you what, Astus, I'm going to read exactly what I've put down here.
Okay.
Rudolph Linkler comes through a doorway.
So I will need you to listen, because there might be some important information here for the future, not for right now.
Well, we're hoping our subscribers will let us know on the feed what we miss.
That would be nice, because it would help me. You get visions of the city, of how it used to be. Splendid and golden. Buildings.
Golden.
Yep. Buildings made of beautiful stone, with land around covered in colourful plants and grassy plains. You see dwarves working on grand architecture. You see elves riding great stags, hunting great beasts around the city. Humans and halflings trading and haggling over exotic goods. Great horned men stand guard at the gates. Warriors with wings of birds plated in fine silver glide above the city. And then it flits from everything serene to fire, screams, destruction. And then you kind of snap out of your trance a little bit, and everyone's kind of stood around you as you're kind of feeling this building. And you kind of look at them, and all you lot see a little bit of shock and realization in Astus's eyes. And unfortunately, I can't really tell you anymore, but that's what you see.
Well, I'd like to clarify, when I'm touching the building, I've just got my hand on it. I'm not like...
Feeling it up.
Yeah.
I
think I'd probably recount that to the rest of them, but maybe keep out a little bit of the scary side of the last part of the vision.
So keep the nice bit, but yeah, okay, no, that's fine.
It's just so like once upon a time, like every flavour of people, we're all living here together, and something terrible happened, and I guess I'd like to find out more about that. But right now, let's go and catch that back. I'll stop touching the rock. I know you want to crack on. I'll stop touching this piece of stone. Let's crack on. But I guess this is something for me to park. I'm going to stick this in the car park, and then we can.
One more thing I forgot to mention. In the very centre of the city is an enormous statue reaching 100 feet tall of a woman. You have no idea who she is.
Okay.
Oh. Is that in his vision?
That's in his vision.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to turn to Estes and look at him and say, in this vision you had, did you see any cellars in the floor, or anything that might still be around to this day?
It was more sort of a macro view of the city. I did see that the whole city was coated in gold, and I'm as desperate as you to go and have a look at it. However, the fact we've just seen that massive black thing flying over that way, I think maybe we should just chill for an hour and maybe come back in a few days. When we're when we're a bit stronger.
I want nothing to do with that sky snake, but I just was wondering for one of the nearby buildings, because that's a lot of gold to just go away.
I mean, I would like to say, Astus, it's pretty funny the fact that you said, let's get a head on, and then you stop to touch a rock.
A little counterproductive there.
Right, you got me.
You kind of put a hammer to your foot.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't come across quite as well in the way you brutalise our language, but I agree. Now, should we get a wriggle on now?
That's kind of hurt. quite a bit. But at least I went out of my way to learn the common language.
While they're arguing, I roll a perception check of 14 plus 2. 16.
Okay, looking around, you don't see this massive winged shadow again. Are you looking for anything in particular?
I'm looking for divots in the ground, things where things might have sunk a bit.
No, you don't see anything, mate. The swampland has taken everything over. So even the buildings that Astus was looking at, you can still see like the remnants of arched doorways, and unless it was purely a gnome city, the swampland has risen above the foundations of the buildings. So in a certain sense, it looks like the city is sinking. In very kind of layman's terms. But as you carry on for the rest of the day, you hear strange kind of roars and noises from deeper in the city, and they are far away. They're echoing through the old streets. But you don't really see anything, to be honest.
This is so bad, man. I so want to go in there, but I know that I'm going to die if I do.
Definitely.
We are not going in there.
All I'm doing is just laying breadcrumbs for you for the future. Okay.
Well, these are jiffing bread cakes, not bread crumbs.
But travelling for the rest of the day, nothing really comes across. You do see birds flying overhead, and you do see the occasional kind of forest or swamp creature, like you see frogs hopping across the path and stuff. But nothing of real interest. And it comes towards night time, and you do start feeling the chill. As it's been a pretty glorious day for the rest of the day, where if anything, it doesn't even look like winter other than the snow on the ground. But you do come to a point where it's starting to get quite cold, and you do see a small hill that comes just off the right-hand side of the road, and it does look slightly drier than most of the rest of the surrounding land. And with your camping skills and the time you spent on the road, especially like Algan and Curry, you'd probably it would be a good place to camp simply because it's drier. It'll give you a good vantage point of the surrounding land because it's like it's raised. So there's a place that looks like it's probably more comfortable than anywhere else you've seen that you could camp.
I mean, so I guess I go to Algan and say, look, I'm not an expert at this adventuring lot. I mean, we could try a bit harder to catch him up, but it's up to you guys. If you want to camp, then that's what we'll do. Whatever you think.
We need a night's sleep. The horses need a rest.
Plus the high ground.
There's a man with a blue sword standing on top of the hill.
Can I do a acrobatics check to jump directly off of the cart and flip over this blue man?
Oh, does that mean I get to chop off his legs? Turn him to Anakin?
I'm not even going to let you roll. You've just got a natural one. So yeah, but as I said, it's getting towards night time now. It's getting chilly, and the horses do seem to be slowing slightly.
Fire time.
Let the horses get rest, or else it's going to be a very bad time to catch up.
Yes.
Yeah, I could do with some more meat, to be honest.
Aye.
I mean, to be
The
fair,
horses are meeting tomorrow.
I mean, Organ, why don't you take first watch? It's been a while since you last took a first watch.
Yeah, I'll take the watch. Gives me time to eat some of this crocodile.
Before we
which,
go
I am
to
starving.
have a rest, I would like to look around to find something for the bloody horses to eat.
Okay. I mean, I'd still say you've got a little bit of that grain left because it was a decent sized sack. They wouldn't have eaten it all.
Okay.
So you can always use that, or you can get fresh stuff. It's entirely up to you.
I'll give him the grain.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, so as you get to the top of the hill, you see that there's no trees on top of this hill, and it looks like it's been well travelled. It's loving it for her. It's been well travelled, and you do see, as you approach this campsite, there seem to be scattered clothing. A cold campfire that's not covered in snow is set up. Can you all make a investigation check for me, please?
3.
You are more so keeping an eye on the maelstrom.
I'm petting the horse. Can I pet the horse instead? Just
You
to
can pet
focus
the
on being like, what a
18.
good horse.
18. Algon?
9.
Okay. Astus?
It's also a 9.
Okay. Kuri?
I think Kuri's having a toilet break.
Okay. That's fine. The rest of you got decent. So, Algon, you're kind of half looking around at the campfire, noticing the scattered clothing and stuff, but you're also a bit worried about the massive creature that you've just seen. Well, you saw earlier in the day, and you keep kind of glancing over to the maelstrom. Those of you that rolled decent, looking around, you see that there's scattered clothing, there's scattered armor, but it's not metal armor. It's like leather and furs. You do find some red bandanas and red scarves.
Oh.
And you also find 5 bodies that have kind of just outside of the boundaries of the campsite, like part of the way down the hill as you kind of scout the ground. And you do, yeah. So you see 3 bodies. Yeah. They seem to be of a couple of orcs and 3 humans. And they are wearing attire that you're extremely familiar with.
Did they die happy?
Most of them have got terrified looks on their faces.
That's a no then. Okay.
Other people seeing this, have they told me that this is a thing?
I was just about to ask if in the last session we mentioned that at all to Efok.
I don't think you did. I think that you said you were hunting someone, but you didn't really tell him what was going on.
Okay, so who rolled the high thing there, or did we all see it?
It'll be Astus and Lana found the bodies.
Okay, Astus and Lana.
So I'm going to just have a sudden moment of inspiration here, and I'd like to take a crimson thing off one of them and just give it to Efok just in case we need it. Just keep on.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. No, that's good.
Sorry, I had to quickly go for a quick piss.
No, that's all right, mate.
I take it the group has found a bunch of red bandit bodies.
They found 5, 2 orcs and 3 humans, scattered just away from the campsite, and they seem to be wearing the attire of the Scarlet Book.
Is there any chance I can have a quick look at their cause of death, please?
Yes, you can. Looking over him.
There you go.
CSI Ovavarden edition.
Yeah. CSI Ovavarden, and then there'll be the dude who puts his glasses on. Like,
They call me Corby. I heal people.
you looking over him. I'm not even going to make you roll for it because it's pretty obvious.
Awesome.
These you see that 3 of them have got small darts hanging out their neck. They look to be about 2-3 inches long, sharp wooden spikes with a little hole in the end. And looking at the rest of the bodies, they seem like they're partially eaten. You see that their floppy bits, their stomachs, their cheeks, their legs have been chewed and gnawed on, or looks like parts of them have been carved away.
So, this might be slightly. Is this game meta? I don't know. With the weapons used and the location we are on the map, is it safe to say that this is a Beastman attack?
Well, you've got you hate Beastmen, don't you? So
Yeah, you've got experience. Make a survival check with advantage for me.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I would like
shit.
to search the bodies to see if I can find anything valuable.
Okay, make an investigation check.
I would also
we're
like
looking at
to.
whether or not we're concerned about their deaths, and you're just looting them.
Sorry, that's
Yeah.
a 14. 8 and a 10.
Okay, so with the 14, it doesn't. The cuts don't seem. Okay, so the injuries that these people have or died from, they don't really match up with beastmen. Beastmen, or if they do, and you know they do, they eat humanoids. They aren't picky with what they eat. They just tear people apart. They take legs, they take bones. This has been... They're only taking the useful bits. And the state of the injuries, especially where they've carved part of the flesh away, they look jagged. They look like they've been... Whatever's done it uses primitive weapons. Beastmen, they used either salvaged or at least metal weapons. They don't use bone or anything.
By the mass damage done to the creature, with the removal of certain meats, by the primitive style, would I know that?
Make a nature check. Lana,
I'm dealing with
these bodies have been stripped. They have no weapons. They have no gold. They barely have armor left or any clothing. They've been stripped of anything that could be used for or repurposed, if you want to say that. They don't have anything interesting whatsoever.
So not even like warm clothes that I can steal?
Nope.
I rolled 11 on nature, but I did want to say, would I jump to the conclusion that I'm possibly attacked from cannibals due to the tribalistic nature of the picking and the weapons used in the kill?
No. You're not sure what could have done this.
Jehovah's Witnesses.
It doesn't seem like something... It doesn't necessarily seem like cannibals, as in humans eating humans or such. It seems like these people were ambushed, attacked, and then stripped of everything they're worth, including body parts. And yeah,
goblins.
Okay, I'm going to turn around to FOC and say, looks like we're not the only ones hunting the Scarlet Hook bastards then.
Oh my god, it's so bad.
Seems not. Seems like you have a little bit of competition.
That's a good point. Is the Scarlet Hook bastard we're looking for amongst them? I doubt it is.
It doesn't look like it. The orcs here are pretty generic. They don't necessarily have the stature or the description of the one that you're hunting.
No red tattoos.
No red tattoos or anything like that.
That
they
one
seem
Zug.
On the plus side, somebody took some of them out for us.
That's
How many?
plus side.
There's 5 here, is there?
There's 5 bodies that you found, yeah.
Right, so that's 20 down to 15. Let's go. All right, well, let's not.
Can you, if you're going to be inspecting the area at all, any of you, it could be one of you, it could be all of you, I don't mind. But if you are, can you make a survival check, please?
Yeah, I don't feel particularly safe camping here, so I'm definitely going to do a walk around the perimeter.
Same.
Okay. That's fine.
Can I give, rather than doing it myself, I'm going to give Organ guidance.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, Kuri, you can do one just because of looking at looking at the bodies and inspecting the bodies. You can do just a survival check for me.
Okay, sure. I mean, I was going to say I was going to skip this one because I'm investigating the bodies.
This is more so kind of like you're inspecting the bodies in the scene, so the area around would come into the survival check. So what did everyone get?
80.
Oh shit! That's a 21.
Shit.
Survival, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, 21.
Did you say 4?
4.
Augen.
4.
Okay.
Is that including your D4 for me?
Okay, I can roll a D4. That's a 7.
Decent.
5.
Okay. Okay, so cool. So looking round, Augen, you're kind of you're a bit distracted. You're looking round more so instead of looking at the floor like the tracking how you used to track it. You're looking at the surrounding. You're looking in between the trees. You keep glancing at the maelstrom, thinking is something from there that has taken them, or is it something that's deeper in the swamp, or you're a bit distracted. Astus, you're kind of kicking your feet, going, "Oh, I'm not sure what I'm looking for."
I know I'm not good at it, which is why I sort of blessed him to do it, because I'm useless.
But you don't see any other evidence of the things that killed these men. The area seems safe, and even track-wise, Kuri, you do see tracks leading away from the. He's burnt his coil. leading away from the scene, and they seem maybe a day or two old.
Right, okay. Close fine. I just didn't expect the button to get jammed.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, that's happened to me before. Okay, so yeah, the area seems safe, and there's no evidence whatsoever of and I'll say you did quite a wide search because of the stuff you found. You don't see anything that indicates that whatever killed them is still here.
Right, I'd like
Which
to
way did
looks
the
like it.
footprints go?
Say again?
Which way did the footprints go?
They're quite scattered. They tend to. None of them go in the direction of the maelstrom. They seem to go the opposite way. They go into the outer swamps, and they're scattered. And what did you get, Lana, again?
18.
Okay, and Efuk?
10.
10. Okay, so Lana and Kuri, you notice that the footprints are a couple of days old at least, but they're also webbed amphibian type feet.
Okay, and from my village, I would not have heard of any creatures of that description ever.
Not really, no.
Awesome. With that, I'm going to turn to Organ, who I told earlier to be on first watch. Well, hopefully the group's around, is it?
Say again, sorry.
The group's together, aren't we?
Yeah, you can gather back at the top of the hill.
I'm going to say, due to the attack here, I mean, it might be a couple of days odd, but I think it might be safe to have 2 people on watch at a time.
I'll go with Organ. It's fine.
We need
I
to
like
think
this
about who's going to be taking second watch.
Yeah, two people at a time sounds good to me.
I'll take the second.
Curry, why don't you take the third one because you're knackered still and you could do with a bit of extra kit.
I'm willing to stay awake if it means I'll see.
You're going to sleep, shut up.
I will.
Well, me and Astus have got the first watch, and Lana's got the second watch.
We need 2 people on the second watch at least. I don't want to put A over here to be on the second watch due to, no offense, the singular hand.
I can go on watch with Lana.
Yeah, I was going to say he proved the other day that he
I could at
fight.
least be loud.
Right. If that's the way it must
Lana
be.
could always go Wolfie if she gets scared anyway, so it's fine.
If any sign at all where things going south, get me up straight away. Do not
don't have
hesitate. Do not even think about letting me sleep further. If it goes pear-shaped, get me up.
You say going south, but I don't have a compass.
I will slap you.
Lana, while we're on our watch, you should teach me how to handle the reins.
Right,
I'll teach you in the morning.
Okay, welcome back. So, we come back to the team deciding who's going to take the first 2 watches, and then the second 2 who take the second watch. Go ahead.
Go on, Organ, you and me. Rest of you get your fat nuts down. Get in your wanking chariots. Have a good evening.
Get in your wank socks. Okay, so the two that are taking the first 2 watch, can you make a perception check for me?
Yes.
Of course.
Not great again.
As per usual.
Oh dear. 12.
Algan, go on.
6.
What the fuck?
Roll of the nut. Okay, so this is what you notice without the roll. Sitting there with the kind of chewing on the crocodile meat that you've.
Hang on, is this for the entire set of our?
Yeah, so I'll do 1 roll for your watch and then 1 roll
Okay, so
for the second.
before our watch starts, I'd like
Okay.
to summon the twins.
Okay, well you've got the details. What you know what to do, or you
I
should
need
do
to
anyway.
roll a nature check.
Yep.
Oh,
You've
come
got the image, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm looking at it as we speak. Okay, where's my nature?
Is this a sexy sword that I helped you identify recently?
Yeah, but I've got to roll pretty damn high to summon them.
Well, I'm sure Thorvald will help you with that, so you can have some guidance on that as well.
Oh, guidance. Yeah, that just about did it.
I'm mega keen to see how this sword works. So
that was close. That was close. Yeah, that just did it with the guidance. Okay, so on a crit, that's not a crit, and it's not a crit fail, so it's just a normal one. Yeah, the twins are there.
Okay. So as you kind of you get the sword and you kind of plant it into the ground a little bit, and you close your eyes for like half a second, and you think, Vane, I could really do your help now. You might want to think of some kind of prayer or some kind of chant or whatever, just to put a bit of flavour text on it if you want, and I'll leave that in your domain because you know what the sword does. But yeah, so you kind of plant it in the ground upside down, and you close your eyes. And Astus, you're kind of looking over. You're sitting on like a log that's been fashioned as a bench, and you're kind of sitting there, and you're just like elbows on your knees, chewing a piece of crocodile meat as you see him do this, and you're like, this is new. And out of nowhere, you hear a howl, and suddenly 2 white direwolves run up the hill towards the. Instantly, the horses are like, and they start kind of backing down. And then, as they just the 2 wolves just run past the horses, they come to settle, and they stand facing Augen, and they both come towards him. And they basically kind of like they start nuzzling at his lower legs.
I will say, as they are sprinting towards me at the start, like as they're running up the hill, I am shitting my pants a little bit.
Okay.
Because even though I know what the sword does, I've never done it before.
No, that's fine. I mean, once again, the only reason you knew what the stuff did from your guard was because it felt natural to you when you picked the sword up. Even though it felt lighter than most of the weapons, because most of the weapons you use, as I said, they're great weapons, so they are bulky, they are heavy. This is not. This is a short sword. A long sword. This is what you consider just a fucking hunting weapon in a sense. But you kind of subconsciously, naturally know what it does. So you do your kind of Vane, chuck us a bone, and then the 2 wolves run up to you. And they run up to you, and they stop to look at you as you're kind of there, sword in hand, kind of ready to fight. And you're like, as one approaches you, flinch a little bit, and it kind of nuzzles at the side of your shin and your knee. And then the second one comes to the other side. And then as you relax a little bit, they turn, and they sit either side of you, unmoving. Touching them and feeling the warmth from them, they are living creatures. They're not spectral, they're not spirit animals. They are 2 wolves that have been sent to your aid.
Can I? Did he look like he was shitting himself?
Yeah, you'd have. It was pretty. It was like he straightened his back, and he's kind of like, and you saw that he was gripping his sword, and there was a little bit of white knuckle going on, and he looked like he was kind of ready. If anything did happen, he was ready to attack. But
well, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna nod approvingly. Okay. Admiringly, even.
Yeah, I'm going to look. I'm still a bit shocked. Look out at us and go, how cool is this?
Pretty cool. Just a thought, though. Like, if we were to eat them every night, would that be unlimited food?
I really don't want to be attacking them. They seem like they're kind of protecting me, so let's keep it at that.
Maybe I'll pat one. No, I'm not going to do that.
So,
this is scared of wolves.
So what were your rolls again? It was really bad for Augen and not.
Mine was awful. Mine was 12.
Okay, so what you see just sitting there is the wrong page.
Jake, will you be rolling perception checks for the 2 wolves?
Them also guards. Plus, they can't talk to you because they're wolves.
No, but they could get their like hackles up and start growling.
Okay, that side of things.
Fire in the barn.
That's
Jimmy's
for me,
trapped in the
me
well.
to deal with.
Okay.
Okay, so the two of you kind of relax a little bit after the wolves appear, and you sit down and you kind of start chatting between yourselves. And as absent-mindedly looking over the horizon, because you're on a raised platform now, you can see the majesty that is the maelstrom that is whirling in the middle of this old city. You see cracks of white, blue, and purple lightning flashing down, striking the ground constantly. There's no break to it. And you do see that there are dark patches in this massive tornado of magic. And they look to be figures floating. You see things as big as the dragon that you saw. And you see things that look like they could just be cattle, they could be humans, they could be elves, they could be just humanoids. But you see that there's slight dark patches that swirl round, and you see them for a second and then they disappear. And this is constant throughout your entire watch. But over the rest of the evening, don't see anything amiss. And it gets to the early hours, and you start thinking, okay, it's time to swap watches now. So
Bit darky.
okay, who's taking the second watch?
Yeah, that was
Okay,
F-Op.
Lana and F-Op. Okay, so you two awaken to Algan sitting there, and after the like several hours he's been now sat with the wolves, he's actually relaxed quite a lot, and you wake up to see him petting two large direwolves sitting either side of him, and you both wake up to go, what the fuck? And he's just there going, I've got some friends.
Where did you meet these two?
Well, I knew that there was something different about my sword, so I kind of stuck it into the ground and thought about Bane, and these two turned up. So it looks like I've got pets now.
Give him a bit of crocodile meat.
Not gonna lie, Justine looks jealous.
No.
And at this point, I would like to roll a die 20 for the sake of ripping a stanky ass fart before leaving, a silent one. Would that be a stealth and?
It would be a Constitution check,
All right.
I think.
Please let's have a natural one.
Forcing a fart. If you get a natural one, you will have a prolapse.
Sweet, cool, 12.
You let rip. It's not pretty, and
Nice.
it's loud, and if
Nice.
anything, it echoes over the swamp, and you're like, "Brrr." And
The
even
black mass flies over.
yeah, I'm gonna eat you, bitch. But no, the two wolves kind of both look at you, sniff the air, and they start growling slightly.
And that's my cue to leave.
You've offended my direwolves with your stench.
I think I enjoy it.
But I'll say that Algan and Astus, you bed down for the night. The two wolves do follow Algan to where he beds, and they seem to curl. One of them curls up with him, and the other one seems to be standing watch, just close to him.
How cool is that?
It's pretty cool.
Yep. And I will say, it's not a weapon of my design. It's a lad called Penslinger, who's on Facebook. He created this, and as soon as I saw it, I just went, "Oh my god, this is amazing!"
Yeah.
So,
It's the coolest weapon ever.
A big shout out, I suppose.
I will give him a big shout out. It's Penslinger on Facebook.
Penslinger, yeah.
yeah.
We'll have to tag him in the
Yeah,
comments or something.
I'll drop him a message and let him know what's going on. I
Penslinger,
don't know him
like-
personally, but
Pensing I got a really nice forged cleric. I mean,
dude, I'm just saying he has quite a lot of cool items.
Good.
And you might already have one of them anyway. Oh no, you don't, but someone else does. Anyway,
yeah, I know. Throws freaking mace. Thank you.
I think
there's
it's the
a kitty
shield. I
cat.
can't remember if the mace is from Penslinger. I think the shield's from Penslinger. I can't remember. Anyway,
Brandon was getting jealous of my direwolf, so he's gone and got his giant cat.
Oh, I didn't get him. He
Giant
came.
Persian Tigger.
It's like it's obviously a phase shifting cat because it keeps vanishing.
Yeah. Anyway, Brenda and Justine, can you roll a perception check for me.
That is a natural one, but well,
Oh, fucking
15 plus 2.
Okay, 17 and...
that will be 15.
Oh my god, you didn't roll amazing for once. Okay. Once again, I won't reiterate too much, but you do... Your gaze is drawn to this maelstrom in the middle of the sea, and once again, you two see these figures floating in it and seem to be trapped inside this thing, and you're like, that's strange. But at the base of it, because you roll so well, you do see there seems to be a large figure in the very bottom, the point of this massive maelstrom. You also look around to see small yellow eyes dotted round the tree line at the bottom of this plateau that you're sleeping on. You keep it cool for a good hour, and they don't seem to be moving. And then the second hour comes along, and they seem to be edging away, and you see a few of the eyes disappear into the darkness, and whatever it is has lost interest in you for whatever reason. And then we'll roll forward. If you two want to RP a little bit, because you haven't spoken much, like to each other at least, you're more than welcome to do that now.
So, Lana, you said you'd teach me how to steer this machine in the morning. I don't think the sun's coming up right yet, but...
I can't teach you until we're actually on the cart.
Oh, yeah. So there's nothing
You
we can really
need to be
tell.
driving it for me to teach you.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Horses will do most of the teaching, though.
Okay, so you can talk to the horses.
Yeah, of course.
What did this? Do they say anything interesting?
Well, they said that Curie stirs them too much to the right. Constantly.
I think I know why he might be a little bit more strong on his right-hand side.
Yeah, that might be true.
Yeah.
Okay, so over the next few hours, you two chinwag a little bit, get to know each other a bit more, and you can't say anything bad about Curie because Fro will. I need to call him Crow then. Oh, God.
Crow.
Anyway, you
he would love it so much if you call him the Crow. You know.
no, Raven.
The old
Crow's
crow.
definitely a Raven. Anyway, so I'll come. We'll go head to the morning, and as the sun starts to rise, people start to groan and wake up. And Algan, as you open your eyes, you look up to see the two direwolves sitting there looking at you, and in unison, they both look towards the sunrise and look back at you, and they kind of bow their heads slightly as they walk away, and then they rush off into the woodland and disappear. You don't see them.
Where you going? My wolves are escaping.
Well,
Who let the dogs out?
maybe they're not supposed to stay with you the whole time.
Lana, did you get a chance to speak with them?
Did you feed them at least?
I gave them a bit of crocodile meat.
You should have spoken to them, Lana. You might have learned something.
Not much I can learn from a direwolf.
Have you ever spoke to a direwolf?
How do you think I can turn into one?
She's a direwolf half the time.
Is a direwolf half the time? Can you speak direwolf? I just kind of just walk around and lick my own ass.
Yeah. Woof 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 woof.
Don't forget about the wolf.
Oh,
Okay. A woof. Anyway, so
That's an interesting question. Lana, are you hungry like the wolf?
Sometimes I am, yeah.
Dude, copyright
James,
strikes. Come
stop
on.
Stop
stroking your pussy.
We
I
get
can see
these
you.
weird song references.
This little pig is going
That's
to
a
the
weird
market.
looking cat.
This little pig is going to the slaughterhouse.
That's a deformed looking pussy.
I'll get checked.
Doctors.
Reminds me of several exes of mine, actually.
Right then. So anyway, we're going on in time now. So So I'll say that you pack up the camp for the night, and looking round, you see that there doesn't seem to be anything that's really approached past the tree line towards the camp. And as you gather up your supplies and the rest of the crocodile meat, you know you've got enough food for this morning and the evening, and then the crocodile meat will be gone. So you've saved some of your rations, which is good. But as you hitch up the horses to the cart, the horses seem a lot fresher. It seems like they woke up earlier than you, and they were grazing on what shrubbery they could find. Shrubbery, but they seem refreshed. They seem happy, and they seem quite well rested. So you start making your way in the same direction as you left off. Can you all make a survival check, please? Because the road seems to be getting much harder to travel now. It's not as sunny today, and it seems like there is a chill in the air, and snow may be falling soon.
14.
14.
16.
13.
Ass, tush.
Oh, amazing! I get a +3 on that. So that's a non-natural 20.
Oh, nice.
You're a lucky boy, because you all but Astus rolled below the DC. So you're all kind of trying to figure out where you're going, and Astus is kind of standing on the cart. You know when people stand on the bus and it goes around a corner, and he's like,
Yeah.
He's a cool kid, basically.
but Astus goes, okay, I think we're going the right way. I mean, look at that road. You see it forks off, but that goes muddy down there, and travelling for another hour up the road that Astus pointed out, you see a gather of 6 people. They seem to be human, and they're about 100 feet away. And you see them between the trees, and then after a few minutes of you trundling along on your cart, you see
Hang
them.
on. You know, when we first see him, can we just
Yep.
make a quick decision? Are we going to put the red shit on or not?
We should put it on the red shit just in case.
I'll put mine around my ankle.
I'll put
Okay.
mine around my wrist, my meat masher.
Okay.
I'm going to do what I always do, just bandana style over my head.
Yeah, so we're going to wear the red shit, I guess.
Okay. So, as you're trundling along, you get to about 60 feet away from these people, and you see that they turn around and notice you, but they don't really take much notice. You see that there's a gathering, and it's men and women, and they're in thick, heavy-set furs. They all have long, braided hair. The men with large, plaited beards. They are all armed with either longbows or spears. And it seems like they're carrying a few bodies of what look like... actually, all of you but Efok will know that they're gnolls. And they seem to be carrying a few bodies of gnolls that are speared from the ass to the mouth, and they're being carried between 2 people. And they're over the shoulder, and they're carrying them, and they're heading the same direction as you. You're trundling along slightly faster than them, and you're about 60 feet away, and you can see that they've turned round and looked, and one of them's kind of stopped and looked and waited for a few seconds, and then turned and caught up to the rest. But they're just walking in the same direction as you. Can Algan and Kuri, can you two make history checks for me?
Isn't Curry still asleep?
No, you're all awake now. You've all had the full long rest.
And Curry's back to being a normal person now, is he? Well, as normal as Curry could ever be.
7.
6.
Oh, you two, in the backs of both of your heads, you're both thinking, oh, I know about these people. I recognise them. Oh. But it doesn't come to you. And you've heard of people that live in the swamp, but you can't remember what they're called or what they call themselves, and you can't remember if they're good or bad.
Can
I was really hoping that you rolled better on that.
So I want a 3.
All right.
Yeah.
Can I have a chat with these folks? Are we close enough in talking distance?
You can definitely catch them up. Yeah. They're on their walking speed. You're traveling a little bit faster because you're on the
Just
car.
because I'm amused to see what our new friend's going to do, I'm going to put guidance on him.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm gonna use my persuasion. I'm gonna have a chat with him, and I'm basically
Okay,
gonna
so
persuade.
hang on. So you jump off the cart and you kind of jog ahead a little bit, and you get in within. You're in within talking distance now. You're about 30, 25, 30 feet away from them. So what do you want to say?
Well met, travelers. Me and my company are traveling to fulfill a personal quest, and we are a little short on supplies. Would you have anything to spare by chance?
You see that a large, blonde-haired and with a large blonde beard that's plaited with several beads and bits of wood and stuff like that turns and looks at you, and the rest of them just carry on walking without him. And he turns to look at you, and he looks you up and down. And he goes, "You know you're in our swamp, yes?"
And who are you?
Yeah, you need that item. Press
Let me just find his name.
Well, while you're finding his name, I'll just be like,
Ah, okay.
Well, I am Afok, Captain. Formerly Captain Afok. Nice to meet you.
He looks at you, and he kind of reaches up and strokes his beard, and he goes, "Hey, folk, hey, I am Jarek, of the people of the Jotun.
I got one too. I gotta wait for the guy to come
fucking
back.
nice giants.
You
I am.
you know you're traveling through a dangerous area, yes?"
Hey, give that back. Hey, give that
Yes, we found out last night when our camp was surrounded by many yellow eyes.
Ah, the bullywugs. No, the bullywugs are nothing to be afraid of. No, they're sneaky little fuckers, yes, but no, the bullywugs are the least of your concern.
Well, what about this? And then I proceed to lift up my shirt to show him where the fucking alligator took a little nibble of me.
He kind of looks at you and
Thanks.
goes, "Oh, you got bitten by a croc and survived. That is impressive."
Yeah, I wouldn't have made it either if it wasn't for my friends back there.
And I will say, as the more you're talking, because you've both stopped, the cart will have caught up by now. And Algan and Kuri, you both hear the word Jotun, and you're like, "Oh my god, it's them." And you know the Jotun. There are people that live in the swamp. They are
Oh, it's still raining.
they're humans, but they're pretty hard humans. You only know that they've got a couple of settlements. They tend to be quite nomadic, so they travel around a lot. They're a very hardy folk, hunting swamp beasts. They rival even Goliath hunting skills. They're respected by most races in the Mourning morass. They make good guides and good companions through the swamps. Now, Algan, your father has had dealings with the Jotun quite a lot. They are allies, and he's used them, and you've met a few of them. You haven't met this one, but you have met a few of them, and they've actually aided in taking down larger beasts before, where your two tribes have made an agreement to hunt together. And you kind of hear that as he's going, "Oh, you survived the croc bite. That is good. Now, you don't know what you're doing here, really. I mean, this is our home. This is where we live. Now, you, Efok, you say. What is your objective?"
Our reasons for travel are our own personal quests and all that. Personally, I'm along for the ride because these kind people here saved my life.
They saved your life.
Yes, I was floating down a river apparently after a very painful mutiny.
I do not know what this mutiny means, but it seems like you've had a hardship. And now we have a settlement half a day's travel or so from here. If you come in peace, you're welcome to camp in our grounds for the evening and speak with us and trade stories. But once again, that is up to you. You can come and pass through, or you show no aggression to us, which is unlike the last group we met. But we'll we'll take you in if you need.
Well, we can travel with them. You say you can tell us stories. I'm sure you could tell me a few funny stories about my father. I'm Algan Stonefoot, by the way.
And you see, he kind of looks at you, slightly confused. He goes, "Well, I've met many a Goliath, but I've never met a Stonefoot. And there is another settlement on the other side of the Forbidden City. You may be mistaking us with those Jotun. We've had trades with them, but we're a different tribe. But I have respect for you Goliaths. You live in the mountains and you do good. And you do similar to us. We live similar. And I see you have another one of your friends behind you." And he points at Curry. And he goes, "But that one, that is a dwarf, is it not? I don't see many of those around my swamp."
Yes,
We don't often
he's
come
a
upstairs
dwarf.
because it's shit up here, isn't it? It's much better underground.
I wouldn't know. I've only ever been in a couple of caves and boulette caves and such, but I've never been into a dwarven city. I have barely left the swamp, in all honesty.
So, well, we come here, as my friend said, we're here in friendship. But you mentioned that the last party you passed by, you weren't.
No, they attacked my village, but and you see he kind of straightens up, and for a human he's quite tall. He's about just over 6.25 feet, and he kind of straightens up, and you see that he's built like a brick shit house. He straightens up and he goes, "Yes, we had some trouble a few nights ago, and well, let's just say we took care of it, and they won't be troubling us again."
But rather than like pretend to do a sleight of hand on anything, I'm going to show him what I'm wearing on my arm, saying, "We're wearing this as a ruse. We're here to slay the lot of them." Was it that lot?
Make a persuasion check with advantage for me.
Oh.
Can I add
Someone
my
else-
persuasion
Someone else
now,
should have said that.
since I've been buttering him up?
Yeah, you can roll as persuasion as well, please, bud.
Alrighty. Oh. 2 plus 5.
Oh dear.
Mm-hmm. I would like to mention that Jim was basically racist to this guy. No, that's a different type of Jotun. Good roll.
Yeah. So with advantage, best one is 16.
16. He looks you up and down, Efok, and as he's been speaking to you, he's not threatened by you. And as he looks at Astus, he goes, "I didn't notice, to be honest, but yes, the ones we killed, they were wearing red like you." Now,
How many?
well, there were about 15, 16 of them. There's not as many anymore. But if you're genuinely not part of this red-wearing gang, then...
No,
You're
we
welcome.
just want to kill them all.
And he kind of hears the voice and looks over and goes, "Oh!"
The fuck is that?
No, he wasn't going to say that. He goes, "Oh, one of the small folk. Now, you are a welcome sight to see, my dear. Yes, you take all that red shit off and you're welcome to stay in my camp tonight. And you, my small one, you will get the biggest plate." And you see him smile at you. And you do see there's a couple of blackened and missing teeth, but it's genuine, a smile of welcoming, if anything. And he points directly at Lana when he says that.
I
Big
give him
old
a
plate,
wink.
huh?
He goes, "Now, come, follow me. Take that red shit off and leave it in the swamp. And you can come and stay.
I would like to stuff mine in my pocket if possible.
Yeah. We're not going to leave it in the swamp because we're going to use it as a ruse or a ruse de guerre in which to gain their trust before we slay them. But we accept your sentiment.
You make sure that none of my people see that. Now, I trust you to a certain
And on that,
extent.
we can shake hands on that.
Okay, you hide it away. You don't get it out. But you come, you eat, and we have good times. Now, come.
Merriment. Performance check. Sea shanties.
That's a 1.
13 actually. Thank
you still,
you.
got,
Plus
you
a
still
1.
have guidance, actually, so you can add a D4 to that. So
Oh, D4. Let's see. It's a 1 plus another 1 for my bonus, so that's 13 plus 2, which is 14.
So he kind of looks at you and goes, "Ah,
Indian math.
okay, I'm guessing a shanty is a song. Yes, you come sing songs at my camp. Now come." And you hear an owl call come out of his mouth, and he's like, "Coo, coo, 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 coo." And you see that the 5 people that have kind of left him be, they turn round and they stop and wait for you. And as you catch up to them, you see that they're all relatively dressed. They all seem rough to a certain extent. They're all pretty caked in dirt. They're all quite muscly. Not like bodybuilder style, but they all look like they live in the swamp. They know that they need to be pretty fucking hardy to survive in the swamp. And you see a couple of them, and one turns to you. He's got red, like a red mohawk kind of thing, but it's like slicked back, and he's got a goatee, no side beard. He's just got the goatee, and he turns and he looks at Alg and he goes, "Ah, you're big. I like big. Me and you, we're gonna have a drink and a chat tonight." And one of the women turns and looks at Kuri and goes, "Well, you are gorgeous." And she kind of smiles. And once again, she's got some missing teeth. And she goes, "But I won't tell my husband I said that." Okay, cool. Wow. Welcome back. So, after meeting the small group of what look like hunters from the Jotun, you have a quick chat with them. And you find out that they've seemed to have had some kind of run-in with the Scarlet Hook, or at least a group of Scarlet Hook. Traveling for the next 4 or 5 hours, it gets to late, mid to late afternoon, about 3-4 o'clock ish, and you come across pardon me. You come across a small kind of gathering where it looks like the trees have actually been cleared, and it looks like it was originally quite a dry part of the swamp where people have gone, "We could live here," and they've cut down loads of trees, and it looks like they've got a gathering of wooden cabins covered in moss for roofing and hay-covered floors. You see that this place must only hold about 30 people, so it's a very, very small settlement. You see children running and playing in the mud. You see an elderly man teaching young people how to skin a strange-looking grey-skinned creature that some of you might recognise. And it seems to be hung up by its hind legs, and this kind of old wizened man with, once again, long hair, long beard, scrawny, but he looks strong, and he's carving down its stomach, and it looks like he's parting the leather. You also see a crowd of women who are tanning dark brown leather, and they seem to be weaving some kind of cloth for clothing or tents. But as you walk through, you also see 3 large pikes with an orc head and 2 human heads speared on them. They look fresh. Jalric, who's the person who invited you into the settlement, he turns and he goes, "These are the men that we ran into. Now, there were more of them, obviously, but what happened was they attacked the settlement 2 days ago. But luckily, the hunting party, me and my friends here, we had not set off yet, and we were able to beat them back without much of a fight." And you kind of see him smile a little bit, and the other ones kind of start going, "Yeah." But I will say, high five, very nice. Wow, knocked me off my fucking.
Oh, please say that Ifuk used his stumping arm and completely missed and fell over.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Right, Brandon, can we leave Borat references till after Jake's done his dialogue?
Well, he says that he goes on to explain that that the bandits looked rough, they looked fatigued, and they looked extremely worn down by the swamp, and that the attack wasn't out of hatred, it wasn't out of want, it was out of desperation. They were cut down easily, they were unorganized, they raided the camp and they were slaughtered. They managed to capture and kill 3 of them, and the rest of them scattered into the swamp. But nonetheless, they attacked without warning, and they paid the price. And you see that he's like, yes, I mean, this happened, and we get some people who think they're better than us come in here, but they don't know the swamp like we do. They don't know how to defend themselves like we do. And looking around, you do see that every building that you look at and every spare area has buildings. They have weapons lent against huts. They have metal weapons, which is you may have been thinking that these are the people that originally caught them at that ambush site, but they don't seem to have the weapons that line up with the damage that was done to those corpses. And they seem relatively well armored, and they evidently know how to use them, because the last place that you know of that got attacked by this group of people got battered by them. But Jarek, he goes, now, come, my friends. It is late in the day, and we are all tired. We have had a day's hunt. I mean, there's a few things on the menu, but that thing, a boulette over there, and he points at the grey-skinned creature that they're skinning, that has meat left on it, or these. And you see that the people that were carrying the few bodies of the gnolls have dropped them now, and you see that the children have gathered round them, are taking armour off, they're taking weapons off, taking anything that isn't actually part of the gnoll. And they go, and they, surprisingly enough, it's a little bit bitter, but cooked properly.
We've got the rest of we've got the rest of the crocodile that we can give to them, can't we? Because it'll go off today.
You've got 1 meal's worth for 5 people.
Well,
but before we go and meet your colleagues, my friend, can I just say, look, it's heroic that you've taken 3 people off our tally list, and we thank you for that. You mentioned that the reason they lost is because they didn't know the swamp as well as you do. I wonder whether maybe, because we would love to spend a night within your walls, within your camp tonight, and we'll sleep in our tents and we'll feel safe amongst your company. Maybe there are tricks you can help us to track them more efficiently, so we can steal a march on them and catch them up, so we can slay the remainder of these people in the next few days. Maybe tomorrow you could help guide us towards them.
He looks down at you and he walks over to you and he puts his arm on your shoulder, and obviously he's leaning down a little bit, and he goes,
I mean, I would normally flinch, but I'll let him do that.
Okay. And he leans down and goes, you seem like a reasonable dwarf. As I said, I've never met many of your people. I've met a few here and there, traders and such, but yes, I can. I tell you what. You share some stories with me, I'll share some stories with you, and I'll give you a guide to the border of the swamp.
That would be wonderful.
It's a couple of days, and I can spare someone to guide you through the rest of the swamp. And don't get me wrong, if we catch them, whoever will be with you will be happy to join and help you kill them. But yes, you share some stories.
My stories aren't as good as the others. I spent most of my life living in a chapel, but you see all this rubbish metal you're taking off your slain enemies. Maybe I could make that into something useful for you whilst I'm here. Time well spent.
You kind of see him, and he kind of steps back and leans against one of the pikes that's holding these the heads of these Scarlet Hawk members, and he leans against it and crosses his arms and goes, "Deal.
Good.
You get food, you get bedding, you get a guide. You'll make me a sword.
Okay.
I've never really owned a sword."
Oh, you forgot the one last important thing. My friends have to give you shit stories.
Yes, shit stories. They're still stories. Now, the people of the Jotun, we see stories as currency. You tell us a good story, then that is payment enough.
Well-
But if you're offering weaponry, then we are not going to say no.
Well, if I chuck a gold on top of that, would you happen to have any drink around here?
He looks you up and down and goes, "We don't have much use for gold out here, but
We can use the gold towards the weaponry. It'll be money well spent. Let the man throw his gold at you. It would only have been stolen by our other comrade."
very well, very well." Now he reaches over and points, and there's a small part of the encampment that seems to be cleared. You're not sure what for, but he says, "You can hit your tents there. We have the main bonfire every night. It keeps the monsters away. But you camp there for the night. Go. Do your provisions. Set up your tents. It will be a cold one this evening, but we'll have everything that you need. And yes, we can trade stories."
Yes.
And he kind of go on.
Okay. At this point, I I put my stump masher on his shoulder as if it was like, gently, and I look to him and say, "Well, as for stories, I have a few, but I will tell you that that crocodile that took a chunk out of me, I took a few of its teeth. Do you know anyone here who would find any use or know how to manipulate these crocodile teeth?"
Yes, we tend to use them in some of our crafting and rituals, but really, they're not much use to us. They make good piercing weapons occasionally, but they need to be worked on. They need to be filed down. They need to be.
Can I hear him when you say whilst?
I'd say you're all gathered round.
I say to a fucking, I'll just pat you on the shoulder and say, "We're going to make much better use of that for you."
Okay.
Okay. But not today, but soon.
Oh my god.
So my friend, and I don't want to metagame, but if we can pile up a pile of shit weapons that comes up to about 15 gold pieces worth of iron, then I can do my thing.
Yes, we can. I'll have a couple of the young ones gather what we've got, and you'll make me a sword worthy for a king. And
well, I will make
you
you
in your debt.
but my God will.
Very well, very well. Now, go, relax. We will carry on doing our normal thing, and you set up your tents, talk between yourselves, and we'll get the fire started, and we'll meet you there. And you see like a curl of a smile at the corner of his mouth.
So I'm gonna look at you lot and say, "I'm sorry, I'm gonna be busy for the next hour. If you could set the tents and make sure my bed's extra soft, that'd be great."
I'm pissing on your bed.
I will not worry about your entire encampment. But since you want a sword fit for a king, I suppose we could put a bit more gold towards the crafting.
We could do, but let's see what they come up with first. Let's see. They've got a big pile of really crap iron. Let's see what they come up with, and maybe we top it up.
It just adds more to it anyway. Yeah.
No, well,
we should save
I
our
don't know,
resources.
that'd be the emerald. But I mean, they only kill 3. He's not that good.
But you got to think about a possible ally here.
Oh God, James, don't ever say anything like that. I just saw Jake's face turn on and go, "Okay, you're all gonna die."
Listen, Astos.
Let's put it to a challenge of strength then.
Do not these people are hunters at their own rights. Hunters that have got approval to those of Goliaths. Do not take a bad step here.
So I'm a novice above the surface.
Just
If
keep
they're friends to
respect.
if they're friends to you, then they are friends to me. I apologise.
Just keep
I would like to
respect.
point out that he is asking for a sword fit for a king. Would that make him possibly a king or the chieftain of his tribe?
Well, you are water chieftain of whatever you do, so I assume that he is in a similar position.
Whatever I do, indeed.
It's probably best to at least make the sword worth it.
It will
I
be worth
agree.
it, but there's a limit to what I can do. But maybe we can decide how much better than the standard sword.
How about I add, if you're going to work on this, I'll add 3 of my 6 crocodile teeth to it to give it more of their traditional look, so he feels like he's connected to it a little more.
What
I
we
guess
should do,
that's a DM thing, but we would check whether if there's a forge, then maybe we can.
Everything has a value, and that kind of thing, that would be obviously they cost something because they're rare creatures. That anything on them is worth something. But if you're looking at getting something, if you were looking at making something, and you add the teeth to it, that would probably make it a little bit cooler.
Yeah, like crocodile teeth coming off the handguards.
Yeah, off the tank. No,
The guards.
the guards. Yeah, the hand guard. The there's
One
full
right on the end that's sticking straight up someone's bum.
Yes.
Yeah.
on the pommel. You mean?
let's put it like this.
Yeah.
He's a big man, yes.
Well, pommel's at the end, so. But yeah, I meant on the guard itself.
Yeah, I was answering James, not Jim.
Okay.
Stinky.
He's a big man, yes. Why don't we give him a big sword?
How big we talking?
Well, I'm talking about one that would be wielded by those who can wield such a massive blade.
Would you like me to genuinely make a sword which is fit for a king?
I'd probably say, since it's tribal, go for like
I'll say you're saying this while you're setting up your tents, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a limit to what I can do, and I mean, I don't want to go in. You can't talk about it. It can't be too. I can't do anything magical. I can't do anything priceless, and the amount I could do, I think I've transmitted to you through the medium of Roll20.
But if we use the gold as a coating to the blade, like have a golden blade with
Or maybe silver. Maybe silver would be more used to him.
But,
Well,
I'll say to Kuri in Giant. I think our view and this. To be fair, big ass. Is he a human?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a big ass human. This big ass human, he seems to be kind of. He's old world. He's like us. He probably follows an old god. I think his view of a king is going to be different to Astus's view of a king.
Yeah.
But in Giant, I'm going to reply. But he wants to make a basic sword. Have you ever seen a king or any big figure with a basic sword?
Yeah, but this guy also turned around and said he's never really had a proper sword.
I turn to James and I say, well, actually, I turn to Kiori and I don't understand what the fuck he's saying. as
All
per
you
usual.
hear is.
Yeah, but I would like to say, your god has to do with your blood, yes?
My god is based on power, on what I'm willing to sacrifice through my vitality.
If you sacrificed a bit of your vitality to put some of your blood into this sword, would it have any positive effects?
That I cannot guarantee. I have been
I don't think
asking
I've ever
many
heard.
favors.
Oh, for fuck's sake, we are going to end up making a
I
sword
don't
that's
think
better
I've
than
ever
any of us
heard
have
that
done.
question asked about a blood hunter.
No, I mean, my bloodhunt is unique anyway in the aspect that he's kind of a paladin. Let's be honest.
Well, yeah, but I've never heard. Can you put that vitality that you are sacrificing into something?
I mean, worth a go. I'm gonna go to him and go like.
It acted a little bit like a blessing. So it'd
Give it a cool like blood look and sheen to the metal.
Yeah, and I mean it might give it extra properties, but it depends how much you sacrifice.
A bit of extra iron, I guess, at the end of the day. You know?
I mean, based on how recently I've been asking many favors on Badenfort, it might require a lot of my life in order to get this favor.
And Lana heal you.
I'm talking about probably. I might even dry her. I might even run her dry based on how much damage might be required.
Look, we haven't been asked to make a magical weapon. We've been asked to make a sword fit for a king. I can do that. I can make a wonderful sword.
The thing is, what I'm worried about is that me and Ovavarden here are that of the spirits. Our view on the old gods or king beast leaders might be different to you. I mean, since I joined most civilization, it's always been about this god, which is what I'm worried about. Whether or not we make a god with as much vitality as I can sacrifice into it.
So we're already asking my god to do this, which is essentially a gift for a potential ally. Let's save your god and the
it's
sacrifice.
more than just an ally.
It could be, but we don't know that yet. But maybe we save asking your god again until we need him, or them, or it.
Badenfort to me is what keeps me going.
Okay. Well, I don't want you to give the life for this.
Every opportunity I have to give my god power or honor him as much as I can, I will do. He has kept me alive this far, and he will continue to protect me for the rest of my life.
Well, why don't you ever think about it? I'm going to go over and see what this pile of shit iron looks like.
We'll go together. I want to see what's there, and I want to see how much I need to sacrifice to get this sword of a king.
And I hand James 3 crocodile teeth for the ornate tribal aspect of it.
You hand who?
James. I mean Astos.
Astos.
Okay.
With that, I want to put my arm on Astos' shoulder before we move on and looking directly at him going.
Gingerly and gently.
I have done what I can to connect my God to your God, to give you the visions you have always wanted to see. This is important as we do it together. Not one, both.
Okay. Jake, what time of day is it?
At this point, it's getting to like 6 o'clock in the evening.
It's already dark.
Yeah, so they've been it was getting dark as you entered, and with setting up the tents and this talk and stuff like that, it's pretty much got down to dark. So they've lit torches around the perimeter. The bonfire that's like the centerpiece of this little settlement is started to kind of get pretty big and roaring now.
Okay, I'm going to turn to the group and say I'm going to go and join their communal fire and hopefully get a drink and listen and maybe even tell some stories.
I'll come with you, eh?
I'm gonna join. I really could do with a drink.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay. So, because I've just had loads of information shot at me, who's doing what? So I know Algan and Lana are going for a drink around the fire, and you do see that there's a few people that have started to gather. Looks like the older folk have gathered first, and they seem to be sitting and drinking out of strange clay cups. The rest of you?
I'm with Astos in looking at what's salvaged regarding that.
We just want to check the size of the pile of shit iron that they've salvaged.
Okay. Looking at the iron that's been gathered, it's all scrap iron. So it's not necessarily scrap iron, but it looks like it's been taken from people, either stored or repurposed or just kind of hoarded to a certain extent. It's all pretty crude. It comes to about 10 gold's worth from your estimate.
Okay.
There's not a lot of decent stuff. So with the alligator teeth, they're about a gold for 3 of them.
So I'm going to put 5 gold in.
Okay.
I am going to put in 35.
That's literally like half of what I've got.
I'm going to be putting 35 gold in to bring that up to
Okay.
50 gold. So that can
How many?
It'd be 51 gold altogether.
That's fine. So I put 35 gold in. Sorry,
Okay.
hold on. Yeah, 35 gold. I'm going to subtract this in a second. Mostly because I've got to do maths, and the maths hurts my feelings. That's
So,
16 gold.
so you've got 51 gold. I'm going to turn to Organ because he's round the fire.
Oh, I'm going to throw another coin in just so I can go down to 15 gold directly in my pile.
Okay.
52 gold at the moment.
Yeah. So
How much do we need to get to?
No, it doesn't matter. Going, I can do anything up to. I don't want. This is out of the game, I guess. The most I can do is 100 gold. But for primitive people, and we did an over 50 gold weapon with freaking alligator teeth in it. That's cool as hell.
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
But what I am going to do is I'm going to ask them to move the pile to buy the bonfire. Then I'm going to wink at you and say, "Can you get everyone to chant for the next hour whilst I perform my ritual?"
You want people to chant?
I would like you to get the people around there to be involved in this and to invoke their gods whilst I'm
Or
doing
some jubilant celebrational singing.
I'm going
Well,
to.
by the sounds of what they've told us, their way of celebrating and their way of congregating is to tell stories. So maybe
Well,
just do
tell
it.
stories whilst I'm doing it. But I'm also going to secretly take 2 golds out to make it a rough 50 gold weapon.
Okay, so altogether it will be 55 gold. I think the math comes up to that you've gathered with the alligator teeth and the pile of gold, pile of stuff that they've got. Now, Astus, you know you can make a great sword for 50 gold.
Well, I can make a great sword for 15 gold, but I can make a great sword for 50.
No. 50 gold is a great sword.
Long sword is 15.
50. Long sword is 15.
I'm going to ask Organ. Sorry, Algan.
You are correct. That's what we're making.
Yeah.
But a little bit tricked up because of the.
No, I got this. I got this.
I got this, bro.
I got this, bro.
Is
Bastard.
everyone around the bonfire?
So, okay, so as you, after Scunny walks over and goes,
Well,
oh, you bastards, can you...
Could I ask the man who's asked for it to come and kneel by me whilst I do so? And he can, and then hopefully his memory's going to help me shape it in the way that he wants.
Asking a king to kneel, bro.
Okay, so he walks over to you and you see him like click his fingers and you see like the kind of the younger children and the teenagers start to like gather all the scrap iron and whatnot by the fire, and you see that there are pretty much everyone in the whole encampment is now gathered round, and it's a big fire. It's about 10 foot wide, like the radius of it. It's a large fire, and they've chucked everything they can on, and it doesn't look like they're short of wood by any means. It looks like they could get it burning constantly for as long as they need, but they don't just pile it up. Yalric, who is the man that you're making the sword for, he seems to have instructed them to lay them out, and you see that they've laid all the weapons point in towards the bonfire. So whether it be axes, knives, swords, whatever, it's all laid round, all the way around. And he kneels by you as you kneel facing him with the fire to your side. And the extra bits like the gold and the alligator teeth have been laid next to you. And you see him and he looks up. And he doesn't look like confused, or he doesn't look kind of bewildered by this weird ceremony that you're asking him to do. And you see him and he smiles. And he goes, "Make me a sword fit for the king.
Well,
And I shall be in your debt forever."
I will make you nothing, but I will, with my god's blessing, Tharveld will make you a sword. And then hopefully all the people in the background start chanting the Vikings theme tune as I spend an hour.
Yeah.
With the opportunity.
While they're busy, oh shit, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I've been trying to say this for a while. I'll try and get this quick so you can get what you want to say in, Brendan. I want to call over Algan, and I want to tell Algan to attack me draw as much blood out as I can with the strongest hit. I'm telling him to throw everything into this attack.
Okay, so if that's going on, this is out of character. I would like to do a stealth and sleight of hand thing. I would like, since everybody's by the bonfire, there's bound to be little goodies strewn about that I can find.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
He's a rogue, accept it.
So.
We'll get our ass beaten in a minute.
Oh yes. But like, there's gonna be a big fight going on soon. You see.
No, there's not going to be a big fight. There's going to be me hitting Curry once. by the
Still
sound of it.
something really nice to see.
Yeah.
Okay,
Big
so massive
distraction.
distraction. Okay.
You're such a kid.
Okay.
I love it. I fucking
Curry, you want me to give it all I've got?
Everything you've got. For this sacrifice, I need Baden for it to appreciate it. And the only person I can think who can give me a walloping is that of my own kind.
Walloping.
My own blood.
I'm going to look up from my ritual and say, do you see who did the most damage to that alligator? And then look back down and carry on chancing.
I didn't even get a chance to properly fight it.
With that, I want to throw him my axe, which is embedded with Yakai, my original axe. I'm going to throw that directly to him and be like, this is my own. Give me everything you've got.
Okay.
Okay. So as he's all right, I'm gonna say
Fucking emo.
no. Cooler than emo. We're talking two of the hunting party come up to you, and they wrap leather straps around each of your wrists, and they pull your arms tight as they lean you forward. You're facing the bonfire. You're there with the axe. We're going Blood Eagle style. We're going into the back.
Ooh.
And you don't need to roll to hit.
I don't.
I just want you to roll damage.
Ooh.
Are you getting right?
He said give everything I've got, so am I raging?
Well, I mean, it would be very non-Algan for you not to rage. And can you just tell me if you can hear this? Because I've got it loud as it could go.
Hear what? Not really.
No.
I was going to put Danheim Berserker on in the background because it's sick, but it doesn't.
Can you
really
put
work.
it through?
I think is on. Maybe if you put it through Roll20, we could.
Yeah,
take
I was
that.
thinking the same thing.
It doesn't work on the stream for some reason, so it's all right. We can,
It works
Jim.
on the
You can edit something in that sounds cool.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't have to put Danheim in because it's gonna be.
There's a lot of free Danheim-esque stuff on the interwebs. So.
Just start mashing the guitar,
Okay,
man.
So right, because it's gonna get all creepy and shit.
Hell yeah.
They do start chanting, and you do hear them going, and you actually see a few of them stand up, and they get like small knives out, and a couple of them carve into their chests, and you see that trickles of blood run down them, and you see that there's one who's covered in white paint. He has a staff that's got several skulls jangling from it, and you start hearing going, and you can hear the clangor in the bones and stuff like that. Algan, could you make Yostarake?
Yeah.
While he's doing this, can I also praise Baden for asking for this blessing while willing to sacrifice as much as I can?
Okay then.
I know, I'm raging. I rolled literally the lowest I could possibly roll.
You have advantage on the attack roll.
No, I don't need to attack. This is just damage.
Yeah, he's just running straight damage.
Straight
So,
damage,
whether
believe
be,
it or not, with no need to attack, guaranteed hit, I get... nine damage.
Oh my god, it's not even 10. So, Algan, you're standing there and you're like, Kuri kind of looks back at you and he nods and you're like, this is something a chieftain would do, I suppose. And you go, "Brr." And at literally the last second, you hesitate a little bit, and it does strike him, and it strikes him just off the centre of his back, and the axe head twists a little bit and slices. And I mean, it's damage, but you've kind of sliced part of the back of his ribs off, and it's not as an impressive of a hit that you were hoping, but it's bleeding pretty decent. But
I mean, that fits the story.
It does.
I will look over my shoulder.
Hang on. Algun, can you make a performance check for me?
Okay, that's a lot better for some reason. That's 20. Unnatural.
Okay, and as you do that, you do see that quite a few then turn to look at you and they start going, "Hey," and they're staring at you, chanting, and they seem impressed.
Do it again.
I will look over my shoulder directly to look into his eyes and be like, kind of like a disapproving look that he kind of snuffed it.
I will say, Curry, it's still really hurt.
Oh yeah,
You've had like a flap of skin carved into the back of you.
His character.
What I'm saying
did
is
the,
that everyone else has kind of gone, yeah, this is cool shit.
I think Kuri was hoping for a bit more than that.
Yeah,
You've got a deltoid flapping like a landed salmon.
It's more like I did more damage than what he gave.
Okay, I'm literally going to look at Efok and say, Efok, punch me!
Okay. I suppose so.
Quick!
Okay.
18 plus, what is it? Oh no, I don't need to roll the hit, do I?
No, he's literally asking for it.
Yeah, you
so it's
still would have hit anyway.
Yeah, so that's 11.
11 damage, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'll knock that off.
Half to for 5.
6. 6, rounded up.
Rounded up, yeah. Okay,
5.5.
Okay. And I'm going again.
Cool.
Put your back into it.
That's a bit better.
Hang on. Just to set the scene.
15 damage.
Crafting a weapon. You've got Curry blood eagled.
Pretty much, yeah.
You've got Organ like smacking into the back of him. And then you've got
then you got me,
Like,
who's sitting
me
quite away
hammering.
from the fire.
Donna's just
looking
there
at
going,
everyone.
oh my god, these
Yeah.
boys.
This is some ancient
100% what I
pagan
imagined.
shit.
Yeah.
Lana's sitting like at least probably the other side of the bonfire, just going, I just wanted a drink.
And quite away from the bonfire. I'm not sitting too close to the
This
fire.
has turned into some
Okay.
weird ass ancient
Oh yeah, that'll
pagan
be true
shit,
actually.
Right. Tell me the damage, but I am using stone endurance for this one to embrace the second strike.
Okay, I think that was 15, I think I said.
I rolled a 9 for stone endurance, so that overall means that's 6 damage more I take. But that's a much better hit.
And I will say that you strike back, and the other side, you're not going to full blood eagle him because he'll be dead. But
Yeah, I'll be pretty fucking cool.
you do go like both acts kind of go like that, and you do like the skin on the back of his his ribs does kind of slice off slightly. Lana, can you roll a wisdom saving throw for me, please?
I will be using, when I get hit, I will let out a scream to make it look more like this is a big hit.
And then you will go to Valhalla.
Okay, so Lana, there's a reason why you're sitting away from the fire, as you know. And with the 12, you're feeling more anxious than normal. You've been around campfires. Campfires are fine. You've even been around decent-sized fireplaces in taverns. That's fine. But the sheer size of this fire, it's 10 foot in diameter. That's nearly the size of a house. The height of it goes 20 foot easily, and you're feeling extremely uncomfortable. To a point where you have to actually turn away from the fire, where you're not necessarily sitting with your back to it, but you kind of close your eyes and you think of that awful night in your past, and certain things start coming to you, and you see things a little bit more clearly.
just received the best picture ever. I'm sending it to the group chat.
Perfect moment.
Dude, you just received the best picture.
Thinking, what the hell has
We
just
can't
happened?
wait to see the picture.
Tell Stephanie she is officially part of the campaign now.
Wait. What happened? I didn't know if I had. Oh, I had my mic on. What happened?
Just
Right.
like Jake is just going into this kind of backstory, flashback kind of montage, and then we just hear very clearly Stephanie talking about some amazing picture that she's just found or something.
Yeah, she's a little bit, she's a couple octaves higher than me, I will admit.
So,
I did not hope that's the other way around.
Lana, as you turn to look away, you kind of close your eyes, and you're holding the small clay goblet that you've got in your hands full of drink, and you kind of close your eyes and try to. You've done this a few times when you got to a point where you feel uncomfortable, you feel stressed, you feel anxious, and you kind of black things out a little bit, and certain visions start flashing in your eyes, and if anyone could see you see that your eyes are flashing open and shut and open and shut and open and shut. And you see bald men in red robes covered in scars, signs scarred into their foreheads. You see in the background your old house that had your 2 parents and the 15 children that they'd adopted aflame. And you see in front of the house your brother, Delrizian, who's out of all your siblings, you loved all of them equally. But Delrizian had something that he was always there for you. He was a few years your senior, and you know that he had an affinity for the arcane powers. Some would call him a wizard. Some would call him a sorcerer. Some would call him a bit of an arcane trickster. But you know that he was the rock of your family, even more than your parents. And you see his half-elven form strung up at the front of the building. A large pole has been erected by these people that have done it. And you see him scarred, cut open, parts of his flesh have been caved off. And you hear his screams. And you look up at him and he looks at you and he goes, "I'm still alive." And then you black out. And because you're sat away from people at the fireplace, the bonfire, sorry, you topple. Your drink goes to one side and you fall off the little log that you were sitting on, and you're blacked out. And as far as you know, no one's noticed you. So you, Kuri, you take a slice out the back of. Algan, you take a slice out the back of Kuri, and Kuri, you howl into the night.
Christ Almighty, you're worse than Emmerdale.
Fuck off, mate.
I'm at least EastEnders. Fuck off. So you,
Anyway.
As in, like, Emmerdale, they give the best cliffhangers.
Oh mate, yeah. Cliffhangers are my jam.
But Jake gives the best head.
I do. Thank you for remembering.
Every
After
Wednesday.
everything going round, you start to feel a bit, okay, this may be going a little bit over the top. But as you lay your hands on the ground, and then you reach forward and you put your arms on the shoulder of this large, hairy human, Jalric, sitting in front of you. You feel something that you've only felt a few times before, and you feel the warmth of a presence in your mind. And as you close your eyes, everything that's going on, you feel there's more than just Thorvald involved here. You see Thorvald striking his mighty hammers against his mighty anvil. And you see a bear massive, brown, roaring into the night. You see the white shadow of a wolf darting round the back of the two figures in front of you. And you also see something you've never seen before. A strange creature. Long, thin neck, round head, short, stout body, 4 legs, and a large shell covering its back. And you see it amble forward into your view and look into your eyes. And you see that its eyes are completely black. You open your eyes and you look at Yarick, and Yarick, you see he's got the same matching black eyes as this strange turtle that was looking at you. And you look around and you see that the chanting has stopped. Kuri has been unrestrained and is now sitting with healing balms over his back, with it looks like a shawl over his shoulders, sitting at the fire. And the only people that seem to be involved in the ritual now is just you and Yarick. Everyone else has done their part, and they've settled down, and they're trading stories, and they're talking, and they're drinking. It's a very different atmosphere to what you thought was 30 seconds ago. When actually you feel the ache in your legs, and you feel the ache in your shoulders, and it's been the hour. And in front of you, you see that there's a trail of molten metal from around the fire that's dug into the ground and formed into a 3-foot-long greatsword. You see that runes are carved up the spine of it. You see its handle.
It's got runes carved into it.
It's got runes carved into the blade, yeah.
That's so cool.
I know, I'm pretty good at this. You see that the handle itself is wrapped in a brown fur that you look at and you think that looks just like the fur from the bear you saw in your vision. You see that the 2 handguards, they're not made out of metal, they're made out of what looks like the remnants of the alligator teeth. And the pommel confuses you because it's got the pattern of this strange shelled creature at the bottom of its pommel, and off the pommel it's got just a white streak of fur hanging off it, off a small chain. And suddenly, looking down at this, you're like, it's done, we are finished. And Yalric kind of closes his eyes, shakes his hairy head, and his beard wafts in the wind majestically. And without warning, he stands up, picks up the sword, and just holds it up high. And suddenly everyone, all of his tribe at least, stand up and go in unison, Yarick, Yarick, Yarick. And you see him and he holds it and he starts swinging it around, testing the blade. And he sinks it into the ground next to you. And he manhandles you by the top of your arms and picks you up. And you're still fully armoured. And he picks you up to your feet and he just lands a massive kiss on your cheek, on your lips, and pulls away.
Mate,
and goes,
I'm sorry, dude.
With tongue.
Yours is the next one. This one's for me. Deserve it.
He looks at you and goes, I am true in saying I am in your debt for life. And if you ever need my tribe of Jotun, you come to me.
I would like. I trust you. You need to enjoy the celebrations, but you and I should speak before we leave in the morning.
Yes. I mean, stay as long as you need. This is a better gift than any other visitor has ever given me.
It's not a gift. It is something you deserve.
You guys gonna spend the night now or what?
He doesn't say anything, but he looks at you and grabs you on the shoulder, and there's a nod of respect as his penis slides in your mouth. No, there's a nod of respect.
Why, at this time in the night, why does it always go sexual?
James is weird, he does something to me. But he looks at you in the eyes and he nods. And he kind of pushes you in and goes, now, less of the pleasantries, let's get drunk. And he walks over and there's a large barrel that's been set aside to the fire. And,
is Lana lying underneath it, unconscious?
No, you don't actually see Lana. But he gets a large tankard and he dunks it and he just smashes it back, beer goes all over his face, all down his chest, and he's like, "Oh, I reckon we can drain this for the evening, boys." And a few of his hunters join him. Can you all make a perception check for me, please?
Of course. While I got a chance, I'd like to get my axe back off Algon for using what I used to strike against me.
Okay.
I would have placed it against you.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Also,
So I'll say while everything started to wind down, Kuri, you got your an old woman who patches your back up, and your back feels numb now. Or the pain that was obviously there before, it seems to have ebbed away, and you're actually sitting next to Algon, and you do kind of go, Algon, you could have hit a bit better than that, and then Algon's like, yeah, but it worked. So you are sitting with Algon, and F-Hook, I'd say you're probably sitting with him, and you're kind of like, you're a bit amused about everything that's going on, but you do kind of turn to Algon and go, this meat masher's not too bad, is it? But yeah, can you all make a perception check if you haven't already?
16.
Unnatural 21.
I'd be bloody impressed if he rolled a natural 21.
It's when you roll a 20, but it's like it's rested on the fucking point.
Yeah.
That's called a reroll because that's swift as fuck.
I only got an 11.
I've accidentally closed roll 20. So.
Use real dice.
Yeah.
Right, should we have a little break there while James gets himself composed?
So I'm going to pick up from the strange ceremony to the perception rolls that are rolled, and looking around the campfire, you all notice that Lana's missing. You'd seen that she'd sat a little bit away from the fire earlier, but none of you had noticed anything unusual. But looking around for a few minutes, you do see that she's slumped, curled in a ball, with her back to the fire behind the log that she was sitting on. Her clay mug that her drink was in is just discarded on the floor, and she's awake, but she's shivering, but she's not cold. And looking into her eyes, she doesn't seem all there. What would you like to do?
I'd like to do a medicine check straight away. It's only a 16.
That's pretty good. You've seen things like this before. It looks like that she's not paralysed, but she's in shock. So her body's locked up, and she seems like she's something spooked her, and her body's in shock basically, and that's kind of why she's locked up and she's curled on the ball, shivering.
I'm going to turn straight around to Curie and say, Curie, I think you're the closest to her in our party. Maybe just if you could talk to her whilst we think about what we could do, that would help.
I'll have a quick look at what I can. I would like to go over to her and so you say conditions similar to a shock, yeah?
Yeah, it seems like she's in some kind of shock. Yeah, it's similar to how you had a few episodes when you left your village,
Right.
and that's one thing you can relate it to.
Regarding that, did I use any bombs or anything like that to try and help stabilize myself?
Not really. No, it was more so time heals all wounds more than anything. It was you had a lot of isolation when you felt like this, and you found yourself in the wilds, curled up in a ball in a similar position, having bad thoughts go through your head, and you woke up, and I mean the best thing that really helped you was finding people and finding civilization, or finding welcoming people that you could talk to, and that, as far as you know, nothing you tried, and you did try certain ailments, or no, not certain ailments, certain concoctions and certain remedies but a lot of them were hallucinogenics that, if anything, made stuff worse. It made you relive what you were going through. And I think that the main thing that you found was stopping off at a hovel and talking to people and finding small communities where you could share your experiences. That's the main thing that helped more than actual substances.
In that case, I'm going to go over to her, see her condition, and I'm going to sort of pick her back up, kind of thing, so she's no longer lying on the floor. So give her a hug to whisper in her ear, "It's okay. You have people around you can rely on. Do not keep it in your mind, as it will corrupt what you are."
Also, Lana, as he picks you up, your eyes flit open, and you realise that you're sat with your 4 new friends standing around you. Your body feels drained, and your mind's swimming with memories of your brother and of your parents and the things that you've lost. But it's nice to see a friendly face.
As I open my eyes and realize I'm surrounded by all the nice people, let's say that, I will say that Lana will break down crying.
Breaking down crying in the arms of a Goliath. Just another Tuesday night.
Hell of a way to go. So I will say that the rest of you have never seen any emotion other than anger from Lana. So seeing this kind of the waterworks start, for lack of a better saying, this is unlike her character.
Algon's going to treat her like one of the young women in his tribe, and he's going to be like, "Here, eat this, it'll help." And he just hands her a piece of the croc jerky.
Okay.
A fuck moonwalks away because he does not know understand, emotions.
I will say that out of all of them, you're kind of like, you've only met this woman a few days ago, and you kind of feel uncomfortable with the situation. You don't really know her that well, so I'd probably say that is a decent reaction.
2 days ago now.
Yeah, it's been 3 days, I think.
She promised she'd teach me how to drive the cart. Hasn't happened.
Yeah, it's bang on 3 days.
3 days.
While she starts crying to a certain thing, I'll sort of say to her, "I can see you're in a lot of pain. I was in a similar state. If you need anyone to talk to get any form of help, I am here. Do not feel shy to talk about it."
As he's talking, I will kind of... I saw them.
You saw who?
All of them. In fire. My brother on a post. I think he's alive.
You saw your brother on a post. Who set the house on fire?
Men in robes with scars on their foreheads.
Was it similar to those of the Righteous Act?
I just might.
I just might.
I'm fucking up for the sake of it.
Okay, fair enough.
They look
Of course he is.
similar.
Common's not my first language, bitch. No, it's my last. Was it those of the Righteous Act?
They looked similar.
That means your brother was a spellcaster, yes?
He was many things, but he was my best friend. He was my rock.
I see. What I will say in this situation, if your brother is alive, we will find him. Whether or not his path collides with ours is a different story. But if you are sure he is alive in that situation, then that bit of hope is what you shall grasp onto. It is what you will fight for. It's what you will strive for.
Well, there's one way to make sure. I mean, we've already bumped into these bastards a couple of times. How about next time we... I mean, they look like they're into a bit of torture. Let's put them on the receiving end of it.
I would wait, Ovavarden. We are outnumbered drastically regarding them.
I don't know. The last group we found weren't that big.
That was the biggest group we found.
I think he meant the first one.
First one. The last group of the righteous.
Oh yeah, the last
found.
one was the ones with the flayed flesh on
Yeah.
the...
Yeah.
We've encountered a very large group of them last time.
Yeah, the first one we encountered, I mean, we could have taken them.
There was at least 10 people in that group, which we passed. If you are truly prepared to fight people we do not yet understand, that's understandable. But
I mean, if she wants to find a brother, I can't think of any better way.
murder is not the path forward to salvation.
But do you remember our other friend?
When Curie says murder's not the path, are you still holding me?
Yeah.
I would like to rage and kind of break through and say, they killed everyone I loved, they'll all die.
I will do my best to resist. Follow
Right,
by the word.
strength against strength then, please. Lana, you got advantage because you're raging.
It would be athletics.
No, just straight strength.
Just straight strength.
15.
Overall, I've got 19. 15 plus 4.
So as you're fighting against him, you see his strong arms and strong hands. Like, you do knock one of his hands off, but he manages to get it back. And
It's a hench.
as much as you want to break free, part of you is like, I need to be held, in a sense. So you are fighting, but it's not half-arsed, but it's lackluster. You're punching him, you kind of fighting away.
But you still get your words out. You still say, I will kill them all.
Yeah, oh god, yeah. That's fine. It's just your body actions. You're just trying to release yourself from the grip, but no avail.
Listen, you are not ready for such an act. I understand what you mean by the path of revenge. Trust me, I know it better than anyone else. But you are not prepared to fight a war you cannot win. You are not prepared to lose your life in the act of something in vain. Please remain calm and focus. What you want out of this can only happen as time will heal.
What if my brother doesn't have time?
We won't know until we find him. But until that moment, we cannot do something rash. We cannot afford to lose lives for the sake of no gain. You may feel like you want to rip them limb from limb and put their bodies across the floor in a brutal state. But until you understand your own limitations or your own desires, you will not go any further than be an empty shell in the path you chose. Take it each day slowly. Do not act out against these people with not knowing the strength you have. You need time to heal.
Since I couldn't break off with just my strength, as he's holding me, I would like to quickly change into direwolf, break out, change back into normal, and go to the chieftain, take his glass and down it.
Keep in mind, you've got to use your wolf strength against this one then.
Okay. Give me two quick seconds. I'm just going to pop upstairs for a second, but I will literally be back in like a few seconds, alright?
Okay.
No worries, looking at my battery life, fucking hell, 26%. Yikes.
Hey. Yeah, you should have turned into a snake, Justine. That would have been smarter. You would have been able to, like, out of there.
Oh man. Never make that noise again.
What? I love making weird noises, like...
Justin, while he's Paul.
Well,
no,
like
it's not
speaking
Paul.
Canadian.
Can
That's pretty
you
good.
really please look
Pretty
for my
rare.
book because I need my
It is
information
pretty
on
strange.
the darkening.
I
It's
think
not
it's
here.
downstairs.
No, it's not.
I
This
think
fella-
it is because my list of tidying was in the book.
You nicked
Mom,
my book.
Dad,
sofa.
please stop fighting.
You nicked my book.
I nicked your book.
Fuck's sake. No, what
Nicked your
about my book?
In other news, this fucking sword sounds cool as hell.
It really does.
And honestly, I don't think this guy deserves it.
I'm with you on that.
I feel like he might be just
I'm
like
entirely with you on that.
a side ally, you know, like a filler anime friend, right? Like you're only going to see him
maybe
for
when
3
he
or
falls
4
asleep, you can
episodes.
steal it.
I
Maybe.
am hating your concept of D and fucking D at this point in time. Trying to steal fucking everything. Make allies, you fuckers. You need them.
I would love to still be this man's ally, but I don't think
Hang
I
on,
just.
but we just rescued him from a river. He's got nothing. He's got no allegiance to us yet. And he's
Don't
just looking
fucking
to get back
kill
on
us.
his feet. He's just
Listen.
trying to get back on his feet.
You just
What?
played the
I was
fifth.
popped away for like 3 seconds. What the hell
Until
is
you've
going
had
on?
a fucking war, you don't understand. Don't
All right.
fucking start shit for no reason.
Well, I
You
won't
don't
understand until
steal
I
from-
experience it, Fro.
You don't
Fro,
want it. Trust me.
Fro,
What?
let
What?
him experience it for himself.
What is going on?
You want to end the campaign that way, then fucking go for it.
What is going on?
Fro's having a go at Brandon for trying to steal shit around the campfire.
Oh, he's not having a go, Jesus.
No, we were talking about maybe Brandon would like to steal the sword we just made because literally it's the best thing I've ever seen.
No,
I'm
don't do
encouraging him.
that.
I'm not saying steal it now because, like, these guys are our allies, but if they're going to be like an anime filler friend who we only see for like 2-3 episodes, well,
No,
like
I've
last
got a
episode,
feeling-
say goodbye and.
I've got a feeling the gods have had a plan about this. The gods wouldn't have all come together to make this sword for us to just walk away
Hang on,
from
I
it.
haven't told you all about that yet, but you, out of character, yes, you're fucking right.
I would be very fucking careful in this situation, because what the fuck are you plotting?
Well,
I
me
was planning to
personally,
tell you all about this.
me
I'm going to tell you all about the sword later on.
personally, I think that the sword is kind of divine because all of our gods put a little bit into it. And we made it specifically for this person, so I don't think it should be taken away from this person, but I think it might come back to help us in the long run.
Whether or not he steals it and fucks us over is a different story.
He's not
Well,
going to
that's-
steal the sword.
I'm not going to do that to you guys. Like, Jesus Christ, we just had the thing. You think I'm just going to walk up to it and fucking take him?
Yeah,
Like,
that's
oh
cool.
yeah, this is mine, by the way. Fuck you.
You'd be surprised about
Classic
previous
Canadian
allies.
fucks everything up and then apologises a lot, and suddenly, like, they're just lovely. And
That's-
it's our fault.
So, Lana, wolf strength with advantage against Kuri.
Ooh, that's a bad roll for me. That's a very bad roll. That's a 6.
That's a 19.
Okay, so the fact that she shifted into a wolf and you were kind of expecting her to stay as a halfling, you kind of whoosh, and she dips under your arm and then leaps and halfway through the air turns back into a halfling, lands in front of Yarick, who's kind of
Superhero
like
landing.
superhero landing. Lands in front of Yarick, who's kind of laughing and joking with his comrades, and he's kind of holding his cup in front of him like that. And she just takes it and necks it, and he's like, "Oh, you're a feisty one. Good. Get her another drink." And one of the huntsmen grabs another ale, and he gives one to Yarick and one to Lana. Right, is there anything you urgently want to do?
I would
Yes.
like to just quickly turn to the allies I got on my, Astus and Alvin is with me and go, if she cannot control this, we are more likely going to die if we go down a bad path.
Well, I'd say, well, I'd agree, but I would let her sleep on it, and we'll talk about it with her tomorrow.
I feel like she's been sleeping on this for a while, which is why it is boiled to this point.
But after today's eruption, let's speak with her on it tomorrow.
Only for the best.
And I'm going to look at Lana, give her a smile, and hopefully she's going to Just like you're like, you're right.
Yeah, like the knowing
Like,
we good kind of thing.
hey, just like Lada, are you good?
Okay. Algan, what did you want to do?
I would like to. I'm going to have a couple of drinks, and I'm going to turn around
30
to.
drinks and
I'm going to turn around to Kuri and say, Kuri, now I know you're not a huge fan, or I don't know, maybe you're scared, but like our kind have tattoos, and this evening you have definitely earned a tattoo. Now, if you don't want me to tattoo you, I've got another idea. I can put the tattoo ink into the wounds on your back, and those wounds will turn into a tattoo. They will be permanent. You will see those marks for the rest of your life. And I think if anything is going to be worthy of it, that is worthy of it.
Are you speaking in giant or in common?
I'll say that in common.
Because I'd say, Curry, as someone who's a disciple of the gods, then that certainly shows you devotion. For once, I agree with Algan. Sorry.
Algan, I did not want to mention this any other time, but the reason I am not one for tattoos is I don't have a tribe to honor or build upon.
Fuck off, you do now.
What? Hang on. What? I thought you. You're from the southern mountains, are you? You've got a tribe.
I had a tribe.
And what happened to your tribe?
The realization on Jim's face was perfect then.
They were wiped out many years ago.
And you're the last one left.
I was picking herbs at the time as I returned to my village, left in ruin. There was nothing left.
I slowly approach, coming back from wherever I went because I kept an ear on it, but I say, "Hey, well, isn't this sort of like your tribe now?"
It's a tricky one.
Like Kuri.
As I have no home, no family, no one to honor except my god himself.
Kuri. These sorry, Jake, what's the group of people that we're with at the minute called? The
Fuckers.
The Jotun.
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 Jotun. These Jotun don't have like a settlement. They don't have a place that they call home. They just move around. They have camps here and there. Home is where your family are. Now, you'll say your tribe is gone, but I mean, I'm away from my tribe, but I feel like I'm part of a family at the minute. And okay, your tribe is gone. At one point, somebody started your tribe. Maybe it's time to start a new tribe.
I've had visions from Baden Fort. Visions which I do not fully understand, but it is me standing there with new generations in the robes of my my master, my Kram, as I take the position. But the fact that I am fighting a path with a fate I do not fully understand is confusing. I refuse to be tattooed for the sake of I have no clan to honor, no medals to earn.
I don't get tattooed to honor my clan. I tattoo my body to honor Vane.
Your darkening the quest that you've mentioned before is based on accolades that you use as ways to prove your worth, yes?
It is, but the tattoos that we put on our bodies isn't a way of proving that this has happened. It's a way of speaking to Vane and saying, thank you for this opportunity.
The same thank you as is what I use for the scars that I'm willing to sacrifice.
But
The
this is
blood
what I
I
said.
drain.
Why not make these scars, especially these ones, because this seemed, to me, just seemed like Maidenforth reached out.
I think it's more the fact around the lines of the damage I take is always going to be sustained. To replace those scars with artwork won't show my dedication to my god. It will show that I'm willing to inflict pain upon myself for the sake of artistic talent.
I've spent a lot of time around religion, and we all worship our gods in a different way. But he's not spoken to me much, but he knows what a true believer is. And if that's what Corey wants to do, then I'd say, even if it's not what your clan generally do, I'm with you, brother. Do what you feel is right, and God will appreciate you for that.
I will put my hand on Organ's shoulder and say to him, until I feel the grasps of freedoms, where I feel like I can build a clan yet again and reinforce the name of Bushwhacker, I will not inflict ink into my body.
Then I will stay with you until that day.
Your
And I will
body,
not
your
heal those
rules.
scars on your back until you're ready.
The scars heal. The scars are
the scars
signs
will stay
of
there.
moments. But I will honor your traditions the moment I'm able to rebuild what I have lost.
Could you promise to your brother here, the other tall bastard next to me, that when you're ready to do so, he gets to give you your first blackening?
What?
If
Darkening? First
if-
tattoo. Okay, so
if
the
the moment is to
darkening
come.
and being tattooed is two different things.
Sorry,
The
I'm
darkening-
sorry, I'm short. I don't really do all this shit.
I will say, to a certain extent, what Curry's currently going through isn't dissimilar to a blackening. From an outsider's point of view,
A darkening or a blackening?
darkening.
Darkening. Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean. But yeah, it's not dissimilar. He's on a journey to
Yeah.
find himself, and from an outsider's point of view, as in Astus's outside point of view, the two things that all of you are going through, they're not dissimilar. You're all on the same path. Some of you have lost everything. Some of you have lost something. Some of you are trying to find something, and some of you are trying to prove yourself. I think all of you, every one of you, has got something in common, and I think Astus saying that Kuri is on the darkening, then that actually kind of rings true. It's just a different context.
Yeah.
It's Lana is trying to find herself to a certain extent, whether it be through revenge or just through realization. Efok has lost everything that he called home. He lost the one, whether it be a vessel or an actual home, he still lost it. Astus, you've come into an alien world where you're used to dwarves everywhere. You're used to knowing exactly what to do, where to go. You've come into a world that is completely different to that. It's a complete upheaval.
I think
And
a lot
Alvin,
more
you're-
nostrils than I used to,
You are.
because I have to look up a lot now.
Yeah,
a
that's
lot
true.
more bogies.
Many more second chins. And Algan, you can relate to every one of them. You might not have lost as much as some of the others, but the visions that you've had, you kind of know what it feels like to have lost because you've seen what a possible future could be. So I think really there might be differences of opinions here, but I do think that all of you are on the same path where you've all got a goal, and I think you realise, especially from after saying Kuri's on something similar to a darkening, that hits true with everyone that's listening, that actually there's a reason why you were all brought together. So, and on that note, we shall leave it there for the evening.
Right, can I just say one thing so I don't forget it, because I'll see it when I'm editing all this. I've just added 2 more things to my darkening. Now, usually you get, with a darkening, you get a list of things that you have to do before you can come back. I've just added 2 of my own, which is, I will see it through with Kuri until he gets his first tattoo, which means he's home. He knows that he's got a tribe, or he's setting up a tribe, and I will not stop until he's done that. And also, with Lana, I'm going to help her get her revenge for her tragic family backstory.
Number 3, you need to get airtight by those wolves.
You fool.
Okay, so for everyone watching the video, thank you for staying this long. And we hope to see you in episode 3. Good evening, good afternoon, and good night.
Like, comment, and subscribe.